May we have silence in the courtroom, please?
Hey, Rebecca, I gotta brush my teeth, do the litter box, and feed Simon. I'm really late this morning, but stream's up. Morning, everybody. Hey, Rebecca.
I started looking for equipment, and everybody I spoke to was pointing to me. I needed a camera, a lens, microphone.
Can we get that louder?
Phone, capture card, audio interface. Oh, Fred, we're running out of room here. Well, here's the thing. That setup is...
Okay, is that loud enough for you?
It's coming through.
Damn!
Session. Judge Newman presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning. Anything before the jury comes in? Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Fernandez needs to address one housekeeping matter before we bring the jury.
Morning, Your Honor. Just per the clerk's request, I'm going to list out a couple, 6 exhibits from yesterday under Captain Chapman's testimony, just clarifying for the record that they were put into evidence and without objection by the defense. That would be 189, 190, 191, 192. Those are 4 pictures that were put in under his testimony, and then 187 and 188. Those were the 2 drone videos.
And what do you want to do with that?
Clerk needed clarification on those numbers because it was unclear that those numbers were part of the record.
Okay.
So the jury comes in. You can bring the jury.
Jury is present.
All right, thank you, sir. Good morning. Good morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, continuing on, day number 5. State's case. Next witness.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Detective Laura Rutland.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to get recorded in this trial shall be the truth to help you God? I do. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again. Spell your last name.
My name is Laura Rutland, R-U-T-L-A-N-D.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Nobody's watching. You are Laura Rutland.
I am.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Laura Rutland, where you're from, where you were born, where you lived, and a little bit of your background leading up to law enforcement, please, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. I was born in Charleston, South Carolina. When I was about 6 months old, my family moved back to England, where we're originally from. Lived there until I was about 3 or 4 years old. Came back to the United States. Grew up in Somerville, South Carolina. Graduated from Somerville High School. After I graduated, I was working as a dog groomer. Met my would-be my husband. We moved to Port Royal, South Carolina. He was in the Marine Corps, stationed at Parris Island at the time. Then we moved to Bluffton. We had decided, I decided to pursue law enforcement. I've always been a true crime nerd, into mysteries and things like that, so I decided to pursue law enforcement. I graduated from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy in 2010 and was working at the Bluffton Police Department, where I held various roles. Started on patrol, became a detective, then I was promoted to supervisor, where I supervised a patrol shift, and then eventually supervised the detective unit at Bluffton PD. My husband and I decided we wanted a lot of kids, so after I had my 3rd baby, I decided to try my civilian job, get out of law enforcement for a little bit with a better schedule. So I briefly worked on Parris Island as a sexual assault victim advocate for the Sexual Assault Response and Prevention Program. Realized I missed law enforcement, so I wanted to get back. So, especially investigations. I first tried Beaufort Police Department, but it would take several years for them to have an opening in criminal investigations. So then I came to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, where they were seeking experienced detectives. And so I joined Colleton County Sheriff's Office in September 2020. And February 2021, I was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division, where I currently am now. My main focus is child crimes, which means children of sexual and physical abuse. Those are the cases that I predominantly work, as well as I'm a South Carolina ICAC task force member, and what that means is it's internet crimes against children, and that's a task force that's partnership with the Attorney General's office, and we basically battle online child predators, child pornography, those types of cases. We do rotate homicides in the detective division among 9 of us.
At some point, did you work at Parris Island?
I did, yes, sir.
Tell these folks what you did there.
I was a sexual assault victim advocate for civilians on the base.
And your training in law enforcement's been what, detective?
It's been various things. It's been basic training to advanced training. You name it. I've attended several advanced trainings hosted by other law enforcement agencies, state and federal.
How many children do you have now?
We have 4.
Okay. And does your husband work?
He does.
Does he work at home?
He does.
So you started full-time with Colleton in what year?
2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first started with Colleton County Sheriff's Department?
I started on patrol to familiarize myself with the county.
And then did you work yourself, or not work out, but you become a detective?
I did, yes.
Okay. And when was that?
February 2021.
On June 7th of 2021. Well, let me ask before I get there. Where do you, not to pry, don't want the world to know, but they're going to, where do you live?
I live in Ridgeland.
Okay. Now, on June 7th of 2021, were you on call?
I was.
Okay. How far is it from Ridgeland to here?
45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic and what part of Colleton County I'm going to.
Did you receive a call to respond to a double homicide?
I did.
Okay. And where was that? Where were you supposed to respond?
Initially to the scene, 4147 Moselle Road, but due to my long commute, it was better that I stopped at the sheriff's office first and I be the one to prepare the search warrant for the property.
And who were you coordinating with during that? I mean, who was your boss?
That's Captain Jason Chapman.
And after you'd received the call, did you confer with Captain Chapman?
I did.
Okay. And as a result of that, what did you do?
I went to the sheriff's office, prepared the search warrant, was finally able to track down a magistrate. I had to wake him up out of his bed to sign the warrant, and I was able to secure a search warrant for the property.
Okay. And for 4147 Moselle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do after you got the search warrant?
I notified everybody over the radio that I had the search warrant signed because I wasn't sure if the SLED crime scene unit was waiting on me, and it was still going to take some time to get out there. And then I made my way to 4147 Moselle Road with the warrant.
Had you been out there before, to 4147 Moselle?
Never.
When you went out there, did you know what your role was going to be as you were going out there?
I did not.
When you got to the scene, tell us what happened.
So when I pulled up, I noticed there were several SLED agents as well as Colleton County deputies at the scene. I was basically the last one there. And I met with my supervisor, Captain Jason Chapman, and presented them with the search warrant as well as SLED. He asked me if I knew the Murdaugh family, to which I replied I did not. They then asked me if I was familiar with a boat accident that had happened in Beaufort, and my reply was, I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. So with that information, they said, okay, you're going to be assigned as the liaison with the lead SLED agent on the case, who was identified as Senior Special Agent David Owen, and that my task was going to be to assist him with anything he may need that evening at the scene and throughout the investigation.
And I think we've heard prior testimony, but the case was turned over to SLED because of a potential conflict. Is that
That's correct. That was one of the things my captain advised me of when I arrived at the search warrant. He advised me that SLED was going to be the lead agency on the case.
And did you know Special Agent David Owens prior to that night?
I did not.
Okay. But did you get to know him and actually get to work with him some?
I did, yes, sir.
And let's start out with that job. When you first got to 4147 and you got your instructions, who were you going to work with, what were your observations? Tell these folks what you saw.
So the first thing as I approached I'm sure you've all heard of the kennels, was the overwhelming smell and a lot of water on the ground by the kennels. And then the first body that I approached was the deceased male. He was laying face down at an angle with his feet inside the plane of the door. There was obvious trauma to the top of his head. He was covered with a sheet, but I could still see the top of his head from underneath the sheet. Obvious trauma. There was brain, blood, hair, skull matter, all within the feed room and the ceiling. There was a deceased female, approximately 30 feet across from where his body was, and she was covered as well. But I had been told that they both had gunshot wounds to their heads. And then from there, we located the 911 caller, Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
Now, did you know, everybody's referring to as Paul and Maggie, did you know Paul Murdaugh and or Maggie Murdaugh?
I did not.
Had you ever seen them before you saw them laying dead on the ground?
No.
At that point, did you walk any of the rest of the scene?
Not at that point.
Okay. Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, standing at the back of there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck, so they couldn't see the scene anymore. So we approached him and asked if he would speak with us. He introduced the man standing next to him as his personal attorney, Danny Henderson, and he agreed to speak with us. By this point, it had started to rain, so we utilized Agent Owen's vehicle to do the interview.
Now, before we get to that, had you made any other observations about bullet holes or shell casings prior to that?
Yes, there were shell casings in front of Maggie's head area, in front to the left on the ground. In between, there was like a gravel area in between the two buildings.
Had you seen what's been referred to as the feed room?
Yes.
Okay, what did you observe in there, if anything?
Inside the feed room, I did observe body matter that had been on the ceiling, as well as covered in items inside the feed room. There was shotgun wadding on the floor inside the feed room, as well as droplets of blood on the concrete.
Did you see any holes in the window?
Yeah, there was a window to the back of the feed room that had several holes in it.
I want to skip the statement for a second, all right? Mm-hmm. After you took the statement, we're going to get into that. Did you go back and look at the scene with either Captain Chapman, and I say the scene, the shelters, the dog kennels, did you and or Captain Chapman or anybody else have an opportunity to go back and look?
I did.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, first of all, why you did that and what were your observations, please, ma'am?
Well, it was such a large scene. I decided to canvass the outer part of the scene, and while I was doing that, keep in mind it was late at night, it was dark, so we had flashlights. So while I was doing that, I noted what appeared to me to be fresh shoe impressions in a sandy part of the shed on the left side of the hangar, what we're describing as the hangar. in between some tractors and the wall of the shed, there was several fresh shoe impressions.
And when you say fresh shoe impression, kind of obvious, but what does that mean?
It means that they had been left fairly recently.
What did they appear to you to be?
They look like a flat sandal, flip-flop type shoe, not particularly large in size, just flat.
Were they one set of footprints or two based on your observation?
It was one set of prints that looked like it went down one direction and possibly came back.
No doubt about that in your mind?
No doubt about that.
So if you watch me now, was it like one set of prints going this way?
Yes.
And then it looked like one set of prints coming back this way?
Yes, because they did overlap each other a little bit.
And did you, and who was with you when you were looking at this?
I was by myself initially, and then I found my supervisor, Captain Chapman, and showed him what I had found.
Where were y'all walking when you were looking at the prints?
We had made the decision at that point, due to the type of incident that it was, and we didn't really know what we had yet, to follow the footprints and see if there was any other additional evidence and find out where that person may have been trying to go. So what we did is we stayed to the left side of the shoe prints, closest to the tractors, and followed the prints down. Noted that they stopped at the end of the building, turned around, and came back.
And I'm going to show you what's entered the States 194. Is that what you're just referring to?
No.
Okay. What does this depict?
That depicts several what appear to be boot prints on as well.
Is this the same path y'all walked?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you. States 195. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, those are the flat, just the flat ones, impressions.
Promise you I can't. Can we start now, Mike? Please. Show you what's marked States 22. Do you recognize this, and does it relate to your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, States 22 without objection. Okay.
Submitted.
Are we on? I'm sorry.
You feeling like I forgot
What's
something?
just been entered as States 22?
I forget something?
You said you recognize that. What is that, Detective?
That's in front of the hangar, the building. So Maggie would be to the right, and the shoe impressions I'm referring to would be on the left.
And get a little closer view on States 194.
Yes, that's the left side of the hangar.
Can you show in this picture the prints you were talking about, the footprints?
Yes.
Thanks, everybody, for liking the stream. Maybe we can average over 10 viewers today. That'd be awesome. We'll be picking up things, you know what I'm saying? They got 18,000. Can I just have 20 of them? Huh?
Hard to see, there's a big glare.
Okay. Let me put in States 195 too, Detective.
Is that too much to ask, YouTube? I'm doing work over here.
These flat.
Fuck, I got up at 5:30 this morning for the shit.
We'll see.
For
You back
those
like I'm a
foot
scrub.
impressions you saw that night, the flat ones.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other foot impressions beside the flat ones that you saw?
No.
Okay. On evening
Is it
June
the
7th,
thumbnail?
early
I can
morning, June
change
8th
it.
of 2021.
That's correct.
You're positive.
Wow.
And again, when you and the captain walked, how far were you from the sandals?
A foot to the left.
Don't take this any bad way, but could some of those other prints be yours or the captain's, or you don't
It's
know?
possible.
Okay.
Do the fucking thumbnail.
Now you were and I'm going to do this without putting it up. This is one of those pictures that we've uncovered, but I'm going to show you states 7. You're a lady.
Yes, sir.
You know what women's shoes look like?
Yes, sir.
Did you go and look at Maggie's shoes she was wearing?
I did.
Okay. Why'd you do that?
To see if they matched the flat impressions I had seen.
And were they similar to you?
Very similar. Yes.
And states 200. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the sandals Miss Murdaugh had on.
And did they appear to be similar to the footprints you saw?
Yes, very.
Now, did Mr. Harpootlian or one of the investigators contact you about these footprints?
He did.
We gotta change the thumbnail.
A few weeks ago.
It's a family photo of them now.
And, did they send you a picture of them?
They did.
Okay, was it the pictures we just put up?
It was.
And did you tell them that, well, what did you tell them when they sent you that?
That those were not my impressions.
That those weren't your impressions? Yeah.
Correct.
It's probably a
Volunteer to
thumbnail.
talk to them.
I did.
We'll be better.
Sent you a picture
it'll
of
be
the
better.
shoes.
Yep.
You told them those weren't mine.
Correct.
I forgot how important the thumbnail is. And they get archived. Like if that one's been used by someone else or something, it probably has because
Let's get back to
what it
you
is.
said, the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the defendant had said, introduced you to who before you
Thumbnails
started
that
the
don't
interview?
perform
Danny
well
Henderson said he was his personal attorney.
His personal attorney.
continue not
Yes.
to
Did he
perform
want
well.
his attorney in the car with you?
He did.
And I believe you said it was raining.
Yes, sir.
So what did y'all do to get out of the elements?
We sat inside Agent Owens with sled inside his vehicle.
And please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury specifically where everybody was sitting.
Agent Owen was in the driver's seat. Alex Murdaugh was in the front passenger seat. I sat directly behind him, and then Mr. Henderson sat to my left.
Please listen to me. First time, was that the first time you met Alex Murdaugh?
It was.
Did he appear to you to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicant when you saw him?
He did not.
Did he appear to you to understand your questions and Special Agent David Owens' questions when y'all were talking to him?
He did.
Were his answers to either you or Agent Owens timely?
Yes.
Were they subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Did you
I really
have
do
any
it for you
trouble
people.
understanding the
OGs.
defendant when you were talking to him?
You know?
I did not.
I'm not doing it
Did he appear to have any
I'm just
trouble
hoping
understanding you?
to get new people
And respond
while
to
I'm
your
doing it for you guys. You know,
He
that'd
did
be
not. He may
an
have
added
asked
bonus.
twice to repeat a question, but he was understanding what was being discussed.
I'm going to show you what's marked States 153. At my request, did you review this yesterday?
I did.
And does this States 153 accurately reflect the interview you, Agent Owens, had with the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, 153, I believe without objection.
We probably do make lousy
Submit it.
clients, backseat lawyers.
And with this Honor's permission and with the help of someone, we'd ask to respectfully publish.
Because he doesn't see things the way that, I mean, because he's in it. He's like, so he probably muddles it up with his opinions and his lawyerisms. Because right now he's lawyering and he's like, and he's going to show the lawyer, he's going to be like, Yeah. No, we know. We got this, man. We got this. Chill out.
It takes a while for sound.
It takes a little bit for the sound comes up. It does.
Dude, he was either in shock or he killed him by the shit he said.
Is that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
It
The
is.
cops
Is
showed
that you
up.
back in the back?
That is me.
Who was that?
That is Special Agent Owen.
Who was that?
Danny Henderson.
All right, sir. All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please. Richard Alexander.
It is a bummer they're not showing any
M-U-R-D-A-U-G-H.
of the fucking video, dude.
You go by Alex? Yes, sir.
That's whack. Bro.
May 27th, 1968. 803 942 1227.
We're not going to see any video of this entire trial. That pisses me off pretty. Like, really, dude?
Alright. As I stated, I'm David Owen. I'm the former Rutland with Colleton County on the sled. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So, just try to take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see. It was.
Look, if we don't get over 10 viewers within the next 10 minutes, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Facts. That's about to happen. I'll set the alarm so everybody hears that motherfucker. I ain't reneging. I ain't the one. Test it. I like you to test it.
And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both. I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their.
Oh, you can't see their chat.
Both of them.
I just realized.
And, I called 911 pretty much right away. And she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family. I did that.
Family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not good. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's. Just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul's going to be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and drove up and saw they called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How was Paul?
22.
You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
What's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
Her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers, people breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul.
Fuck you, Granny Joe. I don't give a shit where you're gonna fucking go when I leave. Fuck you. What? You don't have to give out a fucking calling card. Hey guys, come over to fucking Long Cry with me when John leaves. Just fuck off already. Stick your fucking dildo up your flabby ass coochie and fuck off.
But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story.
Fuck you.
So I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, you know, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person?
I get it. There's fucking tens of thousands of fucking places you could be watching this right now, and that's where they're doing it. That's where they're at. So I am fucking pointless right now. I get it. Which is why I'm about to fucking leave. Got 4 minutes.
Yes, I mean, he gets them all the time. He gets them all the time.
Fuck your wow. Shove your wow up your ass. Go fucking hang out somewhere else. I'm not playing. Am I laughing?
I've never been privy firsthand.
Stop following me fucking around on the internet. It's weird.
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so he goes out. Is what I understand. I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Columbia is Will Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together.
2 minutes 40. We don't get over 9 viewers in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Y'all have a nice day. Okay.
Will's with an S, Chapman.
I love this test.
With an L,
I want to watch this shit anyway.
Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Roden Gibson.
Nolan Tootin?
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one, I'm sorry?
Roden Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir. I tried to call Roden. Was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner. That's Derek. He's just a good, healthy young man. You mind if I open the door real quick?
Right. Well, you're not sharing it. You're not doing something if it's not going over 10. That's how I see it, dude. What am I supposed to do? I'm sharing it in so many different places. 7 different platforms, 60 different Discords. I'm sharing my ass off over here. I need some help.
Overly suspicious of off the top of my head. This is such a stupid thing.
Be nice. That doesn't work. Not on this stream, it doesn't. This works. I got a track record.
I just hired a guy out here and
asking for the likes and shit, that doesn't do anything for me.
He wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school,
I don't give a shit. Then fucking you run with them, Granny. Run for good. Stop coming back. I don't care. It's not the first time I haven't cared, remember? You left before. Why didn't you come back?
Undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs, and that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy, is
I don't respect you.
Person, but that's just so triggering.
Yeah, that's kind of a far-fetched story.
But he was off today.
Now go.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
C.B. Rudd.
R-O-W-E?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me.
We all know.
Earlier today.
But then why the fuck do you keep coming back?
Sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to her at that time?
Why do you keep coming back if you know I don't respect you?
Chris Wilson.
Are you stupid?
From Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow. See him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr.
You might be stupid, Granny Joe. Really desperate for friends.
I asked him about the sunflowers and stuff.
You got it over 10 though, so there's that.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in Brunson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with your police.
I do.
Check this out, Grady Joe. I've had enough of you, and you're gonna fuck off now. Bye. I told you to fuck off, but you're not listening. There. Now I don't give a shit where you are ever, and I usually don't. Actually, I never do. I don't know what the fuck that comment even meant, so you have to go. Go hang out on Law and Crime like you fucking threatened. Bye. Fuck, man. Not the first time Grady Joe's been banned.
Yeah, I know he called me, so I'll be there.
Had to keep typing. Just had to keep typing it.
Is that an iPhone?
Fuck, you see how many times typed? The chat is just blanked out over the past like 5 minutes. Fuck off, granny bitch.
When did you tell that story to Paul?
Find somebody else to feel sorry for her. I don't give a shit.
Sometime last week, my son Paul actually I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know you'll have to check it out. But Paul is so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
I feel better. I feel better with less than 10 viewers as long as I know Granny Joe's not fucking staring at me in the cut.
For all his weirdness,
fucking weirdo.
I mean, I do think they like.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, we got along pretty good.
How long have you been working here?
I got a geriatric dildo. It's got king scented or some shit so that it doesn't hurt her. It spins better.
Couple months.
It's a special old person dildo.
Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat?
Fuck you, Granny.
We'll go a long crime and then we'll come back later.
Just like they all did with the fucking Daryl Brooks trial, and they didn't come back. Fucking cunt. Yeah, I remember. Anybody else remember that shit? Fuck you, reminding me of that shit, bitch. Where it all fucking fell apart. She just had to remind me of that. When I didn't cover Daryl Brooks and everybody fucking went to long crime and they didn't come back. Remember that? I was here for it. I was right here the whole time. I haven't left.
When I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know.
They fucking did though.
It's like, for example,
those were the fuck they are. They're probably in there now.
A couple months ago, came out, he got a black eye. And
probably.
He can't defend himself right now because he has.
That's how quickly it happens, dude. That's how quickly you disband a community when something like a trial happens and they all go to another channel to watch it.
He defended himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right.
Probably. That makes the most sense.
How is he handling it? I've never been prouder of him than the way he has.
And it's because people like Granny Joe being like, hey, let's all go over here and stick.
I think I've told Danny that before.
Fuck that guy. And I wasn't even going off on people. I was going off on the fucking shit. I didn't want to do that trial specifically.
It's a wonderful, wonderful,
anything personal?
Kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here.
She was one of the ringleaders last time when that shit happened, actually, when everybody jumped shit and started going along crime. She's always one of the ringleaders with that type of shit. She has no life. Actually, I don't know how the fuck she's in chats so much. She's constantly in a chat.
I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is.
She's a professional chatter.
I don't think it was out here recently. But I'm not positive.
I'm so raving, man.
That you had when the deputies pulled up, where did that gun come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but...
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I mean, I came out and I called 911 first. Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her that I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one.
Yeah.
I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we can compare if that shotgun was out here, now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns,
Shotguns, rifles.
pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. I mean, you name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
I mean, all of them we have are, in our hunting room, in our house.
I think I've had animosity against Granny Jewel ever since then, due to that, dude. And then when she just brought it up, it really just...
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
I think it's so, brother.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Lunchtime? Or?
No, ma'am.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Morgan.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Handyman, yes, sir.
Bro.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
He looks like he's in on it, dude. Doesn't he?
All the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
So she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regular.
Okay.
Comes out here a lot.
He don't look right. He looks like he... Oh, man.
Do you have any cameras at the property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here.
Where are they at?
On different deer stands.
Oh, okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields, and but there's none that are near here.
Okay.
What doctor appointment? What doctor did Maggie see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of it, and I can't. I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. Laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
What time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message?
I texted her at 9:08. Going to check on him, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47. That must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that.
His name is Hornet.
Sure.
His hand right now, maybe? He's looking at it.
Pretty sure that I called her.
Yeah, it's clear.
9:45.
Someone in there.
Then I tried to call.
Shut up. Somebody in their chat said he clears his throat a lot. Maybe he was doing blow. Like I noticed that like 10 minutes ago.
And then, no, I think that was right. I think that might have been right over there. 2 or 3. I mean, my calls were right here. So, obviously, this is when I, at 10:06.
Yeah, he's looking at his phone.
Yes, sir.
Maybe nice to see this video, wouldn't it?
You might have pulled him down.
You want to do that? I don't need it.
If you behind the head, there's take some water.
It's not a big deal.
I got some right here.
Thank you, man.
Why is his throat so messed up? As if he's, or maybe he was screaming at them. Possibly. You know how they can make your throat real sore.
I'm available to that. You know, you let me know.
What,
the 911 call, his voice sounded weird.
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
My office number. I can give you my brother's cell phone.
What's Randy's?
Say Randy's is 803-943-8881.
Sounds like an old woman. Smoked a lot.
I'm on 843-321-5508.
You said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or?
Savannah County, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay, doing everything, but he's got a lot going on.
Now Maggie's standing over there today.
On the bill.
Have you been in touch with them?
Contact. Yes, I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person, and they were going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes. And her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right, you said. What's his name?
Buster, Richard Alexander Jr.
Oh, that's how this
Buster.
He goes by Buster.
He wants to be called Buster.
He's on the way.
It's my choice? Bro. Call me Buster. I want to hear his voice.
But when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like you.
Just like you. So you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No man.
Okay. Did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay. So it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well.
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
The place is his passion. I love this ground. I'm gonna die here.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked, and then I think I already did, but I checked him.
So when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house,
Okay.
and then I came from the house
This way.
straight here. Yes, Lord.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably,
Is where it was. Okay.
well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close, because I came back the same route
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
when I came back.
Thanks, sounds Patty.
I can't think of anything else right now, but we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
So, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that? Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out there where I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Buster, in here.
Yes, sir. I dropped my card. Thank you.
It's hard.
The coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there. But we'll come to you before we leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rutland.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Here, you want this water?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're not seeing the full picture though, man. Like his body language would be giving away a lot more right now if we get to see the body camera. Like the jury gets to see all of it. It's like, I don't know, man. It kind of disconnects us from the case, I think. Like, we don't even see the gory shit, but
I think it was 1 a.m.
Would you dispute 1257?
No, that sounds correct.
Would you describe that as an aggressive interview?
No.
As a part of your investigating procedure, had you listened to the 911 tape prior to this?
We did.
And you say we, who's we?
Myself and Special Agent Owen.
Did you have, can everybody hear? You speak in the mic. Speak in the mic. Please, ma'am. Did you have that 911 knowledge in your mind when you were listening to this? Had you already heard it?
Yes.
Okay. And on the 911 tape, how long had Alex Murdaugh told the 911 operator it had been since he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
He's estimated 1.5 to 2 hours.
To 2 hours. 1.5 to 2 hours. And on this tape, your interview, what had he said about seeing Maggie? When was the last time he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
That she about 2 hours.
Did he say he took a nap?
He took a nap.
Okay. Did he say where he went after that?
To check on his mother with Alzheimer's in Hampton.
Okay. Did you find that unusual?
I did.
Why?
Just the time of night.
Why?
With her being an Alzheimer's patient, they tend to be worse at night, so I seemed it was strange to go visit.
What time? At midnight or something? Or 1 in the morning? Because they found the bodies at 2 a.m., right?
What time was the 911 call?
It was 10.
Speak louder, please.
I'm sorry. I'd have to check my notes.
Was it 10?
Put a check with it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's not too late.
It was 10.
And this interview was 12:57?
Yes, that's correct.
In your interview, in Agent Owen's interview, did the defendant Alex Murdaugh tell you he tried to turn Paul over?
He did.
And did he say whether or not he had tried to check Paul's pulse and or Maggie's pulse?
He stated he tried to check both.
What did Mr. Murdaugh, the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, say about the phone, if anything, that was in Paul's possession?
He stated his phone popped out of his pocket.
When?
When he tried to check his pulse.
Did you try to turn him over?
That's what he said.
Interesting. That's weird. Why would he say that? He might have had a phone in his hand when somebody had his, maybe his son had his phone in his hand. He was looking at it or talking to somebody on it or something. Always tell her that her phone fell out of his pocket. Random. Like usually when people are lying, they'll give way too much detail about some shit that's not even asked about. That's one common trait, right? Wait, did he lose his phone out there? Is that why? He didn't know where it was or something?
I forget. There's a scene in here where Alexander Murdaugh is looking at his phone. Do you remember that?
Correct, yes.
Oh, Taylor, man.
Can you actually see
You have to
the
go where it
phone
may
in there
crash.
and the times and the messages on the video that he's looking at?
You can on the bottom left of the screen.
What's up, man?
And what was that in response to that he was looking at that?
When I asked what time, he texted Maggie.
So you saw those on his phone, looking at those when y'all were talking to him in the car?
I couldn't see from where I was sitting, but reviewing the video, I could see it.
Reviewing the video, did you see it?
Yes.
Must be nice.
I've got a transcript here, but at the end of the video, toward the end of the interview, did Mr. Murdaugh say again he tried to turn over his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
Why would he say that? Why would he keep...
That he tried to check him?
That's what he said.
Like, why would he need to check him for one?
And I know I asked you at the first, but I may not have done it too eloquently.
I mean, I get
Did he
one.
first tell you he tried to turn him over?
Yes, he did.
And I figured it out?
Yes,
And his cell phone popped out of his pocket?
that's correct.
And everybody heard it, but then something with it thinking maybe then I put it back down really quickly, then I went, and you can't really understand the rest of it.
Yes.
Was he trying to get something out of his pockets? Out of his son's pockets or something?
Easy peasy. Yep, funny.
What did you think about the phone popping out?
That was seemed.
The objection is sustained.
Have you ever moved dead weight?
I have.
If we could start the Elmo, please. Judge, these are a couple of these pictures that I think they have this on top of it, just to warn everybody, these are graphic photos. First is number 2. Who's this a picture of?
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
Did the defendant say he checked her pulse?
He did.
Did he tell you where?
He did not.
And before I get to it, did the defendant ever tell you he'd been down to the kennels that night in this interview?
No.
After his nap, where did he say he went?
Interesting. Then
Went
who,
to check on his mother in Hampton.
who washed the kennel? Why was it all wet? Why was the water everywhere? He didn't mention rinsing shit
So again,
off.
if you keep your computers covered, please. Fence 1. tonight, I'd like for the detective to come down, please, Judge.
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to get where you won't block and I won't block it. I'm going to get back over here. Did the defendant tell you he tried to get the pulse of his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
Did he tell you where he tried to get the pulse?
He did not. Just that he tried to turn him.
Say that last time.
He tried to turn him.
And he told you he tried to turn him more than once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Ejaculating, Your Honor.
How many times did he tell you he tried to turn him?
Twice.
I think you've testified you tried to lift dead weight, right?
I have.
Can you describe what's around Paul Murdaugh?
Blood, brain matter.
And if you were to, where are his hands?
Underneath his body.
If you were to check the pulse of his hands, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift him up and get his arms out from under him.
Interesting.
Correct.
Why we're
Correct.
By the way, where's his phone?
What?
It's laying on the backside of his shorts.
Let's
Right
check.
there. Popped out, he said.
Yes.
You do the neck one, right? Oh, well, I guess
Is that his brain?
That is.
face
The
is
scar people
everywhere.
said blown out of his head.
Correct.
We'll do the neck one.
If you tried to take the pulse at the neck, how would you do it?
Would you?
You would have to try to lift his shoulder to get access his neck.
This way?
Correct.
Whether you're this way or this way.
Correct.
Either underneath or overhead. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right? Is
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Jeez.
Sorry.
Is that right? Bitch.
When you saw Alex Murdaugh, when you first came up to him,
Is she going to sit down? Why the question or not?
well, I made sure something again. Judge, I apologize.
Oh, his Tourette's kicked up a notch.
I see this. Go back and sit down. Thank you. When you first saw Alex Murdaugh at the car, did you observe him?
I did.
Why?
Just to make mental notes of what he was wearing and how he looked.
What were your mental notes?
That he was clean.
Say that again.
That he was clean.
When you were in the car with him,
Interesting.
you were behind him.
I was.
He should have had blood on him. He should have had his son's blood on him, dude. If he was really
Did you
like, you know what I mean?
observe his hands?
I did.
Did you see his arms?
I did.
And when you were out on the side of the road beforehand, did you see his shirt?
I did.
His pants?
Yes.
His shoes?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the scene,
Yep.
when you first got there,
he would have had
did
the
you
blood
see
on him.
any footprints in the blood?
No.
Did you see any knee
If he was
prints
really
in the blood?
checking
No.
them. Right. You wouldn't have been paranoid about people
Anywhere
thinking
around
you
the
did it.
No.
would you? I don't think so. I think he might have done it, dude.
Did you look at his shoes?
I did.
What kind of shoe? Alex Murdaugh's shoes. What kind of shoes were they?
They were like an athletic tennis shoe.
Did you see anything that appeared to be blood on his shoe?
I did not.
I want you to look at the ladies and gentlemen of this jury.
You would be worried about any of that if you saw
Did
your
you see what appeared to be
wife
blood on Alex Murdaugh's
and your
hands?
kid
I did not.
dying.
On his arm?
No.
You wouldn't be
On
cared
his
about
shirt?
getting their blood
None.
on you, dude.
On his shorts?
No.
You'd be trying to
On
save
his
them.
shoes?
I did not.
How long was this after the 911 call?
2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
Oh, you
All
did-
this fresh
you
in his
did.
mind?
Yes.
think he did it. Dude.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
How would you describe his shoes?
They were clean.
Not a scuff or nothing? Yeah, that's weird, dude. Right? If that was your kid and wife, you would definitely get dirty, right? You wouldn't be clean if their brains were everywhere or whatever. Like dude, I just like, wow, man, he probably did it.
Make a question, though.
Like, you'd be trying to do, like, resuscitate them or something, CPR or something, you know what I'm saying? Try to get a pulse back. Like, that's what would be my first thing to start doing. I wouldn't give a shit about getting the blood on me, dude. That's so weird, and I don't know, man. I don't know. He probably did it, dude. That's why the cops are like, whoa, why is he so clean? Yeah, that's a big red flag right there. Didn't try to resuscitate. He didn't try to do CPR or anything. Like right? Yeah.
Was his phone taken that night, Alex Murdaugh?
I believe so.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure. No, sir.
So it may not have been taken.
Yeah.
I think his other son knows.
Now you were working with. Hey, you don't stand up. Miss David Owens, you were working with this lady.
Yes.
Thank you. When you, after this interview, did you go to the actual house at 4147 now?
I did.
Okay. Did you go inside?
Just in the foyer, yes.
Okay. Did Agent Owens go inside?
He did.
Okay. Were the defendant's shirt, shoes, and pants collected by Agent Owens?
Yes.
You didn't collect them, he did?
I did not.
Okay. And those are the same shirts, shoes, and pants he was wearing there?
Correct.
And SLED got them that night?
Yes.
Okay. After this, did you assist SLED in some things that came up in the investigation?
I did.
Okay. And I don't believe this would be objected to, but you assist them with getting Maggie's car?
I did.
Okay. Some other cell phone evidence?
Search warrants.
Were there a search of some of the areas that you attended
Yes.
in and around Moselle?
Correct, yes.
Search of ponds?
Yes.
Okay. So you assisted SLED at some point throughout this investigation?
Yeah, anytime they needed anything from the sheriff's office, Agent Owen could go through me or my captain, whether it was storing a vehicle as evidence or using our evidence bay to process anything. I was there to assist in any way that they needed.
And did you assist, I guess, in the helping with Alex Murdaugh's car as far as getting anything out of that car?
No, SLED processed that.
Now, if you just listen to my questions, I'm not going to lead you. I just want to ask you one final question. Is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to take the pulse of Maggie and Paul, is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to turn Paul over, told you that once, twice? Is the individual in this courtroom that you took that statement from, that we saw in this video, in this courtroom, and is the individual you described as clean from head to toe in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Please point him out for the jury.
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a grayish-brown jacket and a white shirt.
Your Honor, we'd like the record to reflect she has pointed out the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
It does.
Thank you. That's all we have.
Bruh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Why? What do they have to do, dude? Really, bro? Bro, they were gonna draw this case out heavy, aren't they? What do you mean, a break before the cross? This is preposterous. What do they have to bring up? I must have to bring something up on a sidebar. They don't want the jury to hear it, right? Like, why else would they do this? They just started, didn't they? How long have we been here? An hour? Uh, 30. Why do I recognize this judge, dude?
Leaves the courtroom. That's not an invitation for conversations until a recess takes place. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
He pooted. You've got a turtle head. I know it's going. Had that morning coffee. A little too strong. I don't even drink coffee, dude. I stopped drinking coffee. It's cheaper and it keeps my teeth whiter. You know, I do miss the smell of it though. I know that's one thing about coffee. It's really nice to smell it first thing in the morning. Best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Yeah, man, black. That's how I drink it, black. They start adding all the other stuff to it. It gets unhealthy, really. That's how I see that one. Man, I do like a good condensed milk and coffee. Ooh, it's got that. It's got the sweet and the creaminess to it. You ever have that? What even is that? It's like sugar and milk combined in a can. It's so good. I wish we could just live off that. I just have it in a bottle. I put it in my. Just have it hanging here. I'd have a hose on it. Yo, bro. Why is that? I'm gonna look into why that's a thing. Because it has to have something to do with keeping it for longer. Because sugar is a preservative. I bet it keeps the milk, the milk qualities. Wait. Condensed milk. Wikipedia. Cow's milk from which water has been removed, roughly 60% of it. It is most often found with sugar added in the form of sweetened condensed milk. To the extent that the terms condensed milk and sweetened condensed milk are often used interchangeably today. Oh, here we go. There. Sweetened condensed milk is a very thick, sweet product which, when canned, can last for years without refrigeration, if not opened. The product is used in numerous dessert dishes in many countries. A related product is evaporated milk, which has undergone a lengthier preservation process because it is not sweetened. Evaporated milk is known in some countries as unsweetened condensed milk. Both products have a similar amount of water removed. Interesting. So the sugar actually does help to preserve it when they don't do the lengthier process. It allows them to not use the added sugar for the evaporated milk. According to the writings of Marco Polo, the 13th century, the Tatars were able to condense milk. Marco Polo reported that 10 pounds of milk paste was carried by each man who would subsequently mix the product with water. However, this probably refers to the soft tatar curd, which can be made into a drink by diluting it, and therefore refers the fermented, not fresh, milk concentrate. Fermented milk concentrate. That sounds like a treat. I try it. Nicolas Appert condensed milk in France in 1820. This hasn't started back yet. They're just replaying some shit, right? Yeah. And Gail Borden. Hey, Borden! Borden, condensed milk. Borden, dude. Remember? That's a thing here still. In the United States in 1853, in reaction to difficulties in storing milk for more than a few hours. Oh, wow. Wow. So this is like, yeah, before for any kind of refrigeration. So we were like, whoa, dude, we got this milk. It keeps turning to cheese. We can only do so much with butter. And we want to add some sugar to it and evaporate it and add some sugar to it. Interesting, man. Some human was like, he just boiled it. He had to boil it. And then he put a bunch of sugar in it. And then, well, I wonder if this was before or after canning. So how did they store it when they first learned of it, you know? Milk could be, before this development, milk could be kept fresh for only a short while and was available only in the immediate vicinity of a lactating cow. While returning from a trip to England in 1851, Borden was devastated by the deaths of several children, apparently from poor milk obtained from shipboard cows. With less than a year of schooling and following a series of failures, both of his own and of others, Borden was inspired by the vacuum pan he had seen being used by Shakers to condense fruit juice, and managed to reduce milk without scorching or curdling it. Oh wow! Through a vacuum. Oh wow! Because he could decrease the boiling point because he's decreasing the pressure on the liquid, therefore allowing stuff to pop out of it more easily. Oh, dude. The liquid to pop out, the water, I should say. Cool, man. What's a shaker? The Shakers were the United Society of Believers in Christ Second Appearing, more commonly known as Shakers. These people condensed fruit juice for some reason, and they used the vacuum pan to do it. Fucking crazy Shakers. Look at that, man. The Shakers were scientists, man. Bro, this is so wild. Our history is wild. We're so boring now. Really, you know what I mean? We're so fucking boring now. What are we doing, dude? They were doing, like, whoa. Man, what are we doing? I'm embarrassed. If the time travelers, like, came from the past and looked at us now, it'd be like Idiocracy. We're already in Idiocracy by that standard. So it says managed to reduce it. Even then, his first two factories failed, and only the third, built with a new partner, Jeremiah Milbank, in Wasatch, New York, produced a usable milk derivative that was long-lasting and needed no refrigeration. Man, I bet that was just like a moment, dude. Like, oh, eureka! Sure, because that would have been such a big deal, dude. Can you imagine before refrigeration? Like milk, it still is. It's a huge deal. We use it in so many different recipes, and it's an important product in society. So, can you imagine this guy is like, I've done it. Oh, dude. Like, this is such an amazing accomplishment. Like, what kind of accomplishments are we doing like that nowadays? Wow, that would have changed everything. Probably of equal importance for the future of milk production were Borden's requirements, the dairyman's 10 commandments, for farmers who wanted to sell him raw milk. They were required to wash the cow's udders before milking, keep barns swept clean, and scald and dry their strainers morning and night. By 1858, Borden's milk, sold as Eagle brand, had gained a reputation for purity, durability, and economy. Heck yeah, man. This guy changed everything. Not only did he make it so that we could store milk for longer, but he got it cleaned up so that we weren't drinking shit. Like literally, because they're allowed a certain percentage of microbial like bacteria in milk, believe it or not, because of pus that leaks from the udders, because they really they over milk them. But I can only imagine before this guy, it was probably bad, dude. Before he started making these rules, I bet, yeah, they weren't doing this stuff. You know what I mean? They, like how we make laws because people are breaking those laws. But originally, we needed to make laws so people would stop doing that thing. We had to do this so we weren't drinking. Ew, God, I can't even imagine, dude. We were drinking back then. Before they had whatever that word is, to make them do a certain thing in different environments, regulations. Yeah. They're almost back. They're still talking. So yeah, in 1864, the New York Condensed Milk Company, his company, constructed in New York, was the largest, most advanced milk factory of its day. It was Borden's first commercially successful plant. More than 200 dairy farmers supplied 20,000 gallons of milk daily to the Brewster plant as demand increased, driven by the American Civil War. Whoa, whoa, whoa! So damn, that means that the Northern soldiers, they got this is the biggest milk plant in the world, and it's on our just our country, and it wasn't for the whole country. If the Civil War was going on, only the North was taking advantage of this huge supply of milk. Interesting how milk changed the Civil War. Maybe. I could see that. Okay, it says the U.S. government ordered huge amounts of condensed milk, specifically condensed milk, as a field ration for Union soldiers during the war. This was an extraordinary field ration for the 19th century. A typical 10-ounce, 300 milliliter can contained 1,300 calories. And and 28 grams of protein. Dang, man, it's not just candy. So it's like a protein bar, but it'll give you diabetes. Are we back?
The people in this area have
and more than 200 grams of carbs. It's definitely not a keto diet. Soldiers returning home from the war soon spread the word, and by the late 1860s, condensed milk was a major product. Okay, we're back. We're back. That was fun. How did that happen? Oh, we started talking about coffee. Now we take ours black. But every now and then the condensed milk is good. We're back. That was a Dosho commercial.
Before the jury comes in, I want to review a few of the rules of court and rules of procedure with counsel. First, Rule 20 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure provides that there shall be no argument on objections unless requested by the court. And that's Rule 19. Rule 19?
18.
I'm sorry, Rule 18. No argument or objections unless requested by the court. Rule 18, there you go. Rule 18B. Then Rule 43H of the Rules of Civil Procedure, which is applied to the Rules of Criminal Procedure through Criminal Procedure Rule 37, I believe it is. 37, yes. And that is that only one counsel for each party shall examine or cross-examine a witness. And by extension to that, the court's order, and that's Rule 611, and the procedure established in the courts of this state, the examining counsel only shall make objections. If Mr. Griffin is going to cross-examine, Mr. Griffin makes objections. Likewise, with the state's attorney general, not any and everyone can jump up and object and argue. Any questions about either of those rules?
Your Honor, I understand the rule. So, as with the witness, they were attempting to get to testify about blood in the water yesterday, I objected, and it was a speaking objection. I apologize. But when I object, will you, and sometimes invite argument, or I'm trying to preserve objections in the record, and I'm just wondering, and since he doesn't get an appeal, that's not his concern, how would you like me to handle that?
Well, the objection speaks for itself. If the parties wish to place something on the record at some point in time after a witness after the examination is over, the court will give you that opportunity. But if we have speaking objections, if one party makes an objection and proceeds to argue it through a speaking objection, I give equal time to opposing side. So we end up having a debate rather than that interrupts the trial and all of that. I certainly understand the defense's right to make a proper record, and we'll address that as is needed without there being a speaking objection.
For instance, they've listed hearsay, in my opinion, and I object. Should I say objection?
Record. And we'll address that as is needed without there being a speaking objection.
For instance, they've listed hearsay, in my opinion, and I object. Should I say objection hearsay or just object?
Yes, sir.
I can do that.
Yes, sir. The legal basis for the objection.
Okay.
Only.
Not a real advocacy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring the jury.
I really hope that other bag hatches. And sad. We would have had a brother or sister. It's not looking good. I don't know what the longest is they can go in between hatching. But they're not even keeping it warm really anymore, you know? Like don't they have to lay on it? It's a trip how that one's laying on it, huh? It knows. If it knows that there's one of it inside of there. Or if it just likes it because maybe it's warm because it's got another bird in there and still alive, maybe, hopefully. Radiating a little bit of heat so it likes being next to it, maybe.
The jury is present.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Can you imagine? We were like that at one point, and our moms, dude, must have sucked.
Detective Cross, good morning.
She get full size.
My name's Jim Griffin.
Detective Rutland.
Jim?
Rutland.
Rutland, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name's Jim Griffin, and I represent Alex Murdaugh. You had testified on direct examination a moment ago that it was, you believe, somewhat unusual for Mr. Murdaugh to go visit his mother as late as 9:06 on a Monday evening. You recall testifying?
I do.
And you were sitting in the car when he was being interviewed, and you recall him saying that his father, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, had just been put in the hospital that very day.
That's correct.
And that it was an unusual day because Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was not with Ms. Libby Randolph, and she gets anxious when that occurs. You remember that?
I remember him saying something along those lines.
And in that context, you don't criticize a son who goes to visit his mother who has early onset dementia on the very day in the afternoon that the father is admitted to the hospital. You're not here to criticize him for that, are you?
No, I didn't criticize. I just made a mental note that was interesting.
Okay. And you walked the crime scene when you arrived, and you made some mental notes and observations that you subsequently recorded in a report, did you not?
I did.
And one of the things that you mentally noted and then subsequently reported was that there was a tremendous amount of blood spatter in the feed room area and around where Paul was murdered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was brain matter and organic matter all about the place where
it's organic.
Paul was murdered.
It's good for you.
That's correct.
And I think you even described that there was matter, that blood that went up to the ceiling and to the door and spatter everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And you also told the jury that Alec was clean. And you're referring to his shirt was clean, correct?
Correct.
His shorts were clean, correct?
Correct.
You remember the litany of Mr. Metters? Shorts, shirts, shoes were clean, correct?
That's correct.
He was clean, correct?
To my visual eye, he was clean, yes.
And to your visual eye, it did not look like he had just blown his son's head off in the confines of a feed room where splatter is everywhere. Isn't that correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, let me ask you, in your mind's eye, that night on June 7th, did he look like someone had just blown his son's head off, spatter going everywhere?
Again, I can't say that for sure. A lot of things would come into play to affect that. Distance is one of them.
Well, certainly if he appeared that way on the night of June the 7th, you, a sworn law enforcement officer, you would have initiated a process to take him into custody, I suspect, wouldn't you?
No, that was not my role that evening. I was just assisting.
Well, one of the things you did that evening, Ms. Rutland, was you obtained a search warrant, did you not?
I did.
And that was your first official duty in connection with this double homicide investigation, right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 3, Your Honor. I shared it with Mr. Metters during the break, and asked the witness to identify it. You recognize Exhibit 3?
I do. This is the search warrant I got that night.
Your Honor, we'd move Exhibit 3 into evidence this time, I believe, without objection.
No objection. It's admitted.
Have it. So, tell the jury, please, Exhibit 3 is, well, first, let's just talk about a search warrant. What is a search warrant?
It grants us the right to search a certain item that may be potential evidence in a case.
And this search warrant was for what property?
4147 Moselle Road in Islandton, County of Colleton, State of South Carolina.
And it covers the whole roughly 1,700 acres of the whole property, does it not?
That is correct.
And it covers the house, the residence where you went into the foyer, right?
Correct.
It covers all the outbuildings, correct?
Correct.
And it covers, and it gives you the right to seize any type of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to see if I can get Mr. Elmo to work. Can you turn it on, please? I've got to turn sideways. All right. Let's see if we can read that back. Is there light in front of me? That's much better. Can we zoom it? All right. Okay. Got it. Thank you. So, and this is the search warrant, right?
Yes, it is.
And it says description of premises to be searched. And here it's 4147 Moselle Road, Islington. And then there's a PIN number. What's the PIN number?
That's a property identification number that's assigned to every parcels of real property within the county. It's set by the tax office.
And it says the property to be searched are any residences, vehicles, outbuildings, kennels, or sheds, right?
That is correct.
And then it says the description of the property to search and to be seized, and that's under the description of property, right?
Correct.
And you prepared this document for the magistrate to sign?
I did.
And here it says evidence that may be used or taken during the commission of a crime of homicide to include but not limited any item, tool, clothing, gloves, mask, hats, hoodies, shoes, boots, jewelry, firearms, ammunition, shell casings, gunshot residue, weapons, identification documents, any paperwork, etc. It says any evidence inside vehicles on the property, any evidence found in outbuildings or sheds, any tire, shoe impressions, any and all DNA, to include but not limited to fingerprints, touch DNA, etc. Any drugs, narcotics, drugs, paraphernalia, any and all cellular phones, phone records, to include incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, voice messages, etc. And it goes on to talk about photographs and whatnot. It's all-encompassing, isn't it?
It is.
And this is basically as broad as a search warrant that you draft because it's a homicide investigation and it gives you carte blanche on the property of the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And with the search warrant, you had the authority to go in the house and look for unclean, dirty clothes, did you not?
I wasn't in that capacity that evening. I was assisting.
Well, the search warrant provided that authority to law enforcement, did it not?
It would have, yes.
And you mentioned that you got into the law enforcement business because you're CSI TV junkie of sorts. Did I understand you to say that?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, and you've seen CSI shows where they go and they look in the drains of showers or sinks and to see if blood residue had been recently flushed through there. That's possible, is it not?
It could be.
And that's just not on TV. I mean, that's skills that SLED's crime team has available to them, correct?
I don't know what they have available, but okay. That would be a crime scene unit question.
Right. The and actually there were the clean clothes that Alex Murdaugh was wearing that night, they were seized, were they not?
Yes.
Okay, and the clean shoes were seized, correct?
Yes.
And the clean shirt was seized, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Okay. But that you were in the house when that happened, but you didn't collect the clothes, right?
I did not collect anything. I stood by in the foyer.
And who did the collection, do you recall?
Special Agent Owen.
And when was he assisted by anybody?
I was just standing by. They went to a back bedroom and I was in the foyer area. It was like an open floor plan.
And do you recall how do you recall what Mr. Owen, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, apologize, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, did you observe what he collected the clothes in?
I did not.
Did he collect all the clothes and put them in one paper bag?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Now, the jury heard the complete video audio of the interview with Alex Murdaugh on the early morning hours of June the 8th, and yet you were asked to repeat some of the things that he said, and I want to, I mean, the tape speaks for itself. I don't want anyone to misconstrue your testimony, so just want to ask you, are you saying that Mr. Murdaugh tried to turn his son over 2 times on that tape, or that on 2 occasions he described one incident that he tried to turn his son over?
The latter, that he explained twice, 2 different times.
So in answer to your question, if anyone would walked away thinking that Alex Murdaugh told you that he tried to turn him over 2 times, that would just be mistaken, and we've now clarified it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you never asked, or Special Agent Owen never asked Mr. Murdaugh how he tried to turn his son over, correct? That's it.
Correct.
And so, you see Mr. Meadows crawling around on the floor down here as trying to reenact something, but that night he never was asked specifically, what did you do to try to turn your son over, correct?
That's correct. We did not ask that.
And that night he was not asked specifically how the phone popped out of his pocket while you were trying to turn him over, correct?
Correct.
And that night he was not asked specifically how far were you able to move Paul, if at all, when you tried to flip him over, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, did he really even say that I was trying to flip him over to check his pulse?
I'd have to check the transcript, but I believe he said something along those lines.
Or did he tell you where he tried to check Paul's pulse?
He did not.
So we don't know from your interview, or Special Agent Owen's interview, how he tried to turn him over, how the phone popped out, or at least how Alex describes it, because he wasn't asked, and where on Paul's body he attempted to check his pulse, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about whether there were knee prints and footprints by Paul's body, next to his body, right?
Yes, I was asked that.
And did you do such a forensic analysis, investigation to see if there were boot prints or footprints around Paul's body?
I looked with my eyes.
Okay. And were you aware that before you got there? Well, what time did you get there?
Can I check my notes?
Sure.
Okay.
You can take this down. I'm through with Mr. Elmo. I think I'm through for now.
12:22 a.m. I was on scene.
Okay, 12:22 a.m. And Paul's body and Maggie's bodies were covered up with a sheet, but still present, correct?
Correct.
So when you were looking at Paul's body, just observing whether there are footprints near him, you couldn't see right next to his body because of the sheet, could you?
The sheet was mostly on his body, not on the cement on the ground next to the body.
Was it a fitted sheet?
No, but it wasn't a queen sheet either.
Okay. And the jury has seen photos of the sheet. Were you aware that Captain Chapman and others went around Paul's body and lifted the sheet up to see if there was a gun underneath him.
Not at the time I was at the scene, no.
Well, I take it you did not observe their footprints anywhere in the area either then, right?
Not that I recall.
And you said that Alex's pants were clean. Remember saying that?
I remember saying that.
What color pants did he have on?
Khaki.
All right. And are you aware of any forensic testing that had been done to the pants to see whether there was blood on the pants?
That night?
Subsequently?
No, there was nothing done that night forensically.
That night nothing was done forensically?
Not before I interviewed him, no.
Right. And you just did not observe any blood on his pants or in his pocket?
No, just simply speaking with him like this, looking him up and down, I did not see any blood on him.
And he didn't look like someone who had just been within feet of blowing Paul's head off, right?
Again, I can't say that. There's so many different factors that you would have to take into account.
Now, you did a lot more, I believe, that night. After you left, well, let's go back. When you got to the scene, you partnered up with Agent Owen, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw inside the shed, and you observed there was wadding on the floor near his feet, Paul's feet.
Correct.
And when we say wadding, what are you talking about?
The internal components of a shotgun shell.
And then you saw in the rear window of the shed there were several holes, right?
That is correct.
And you described in your report that you saw large amounts of blood spatter and brain skull matter were on the door to the shed and on items within the storage building. You saw all that, right?
That's correct.
And then you went and examined Maggie's body, did you not?
I wouldn't say examined. I would just say I looked at her.
And well, one of the things that you noticed when you were looking at Maggie's body, I believe you said you noticed there are a few clumps of her hair and a broken earring were located near a UTV tire, right?
That is correct.
And what's UTV tire?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by UTV?
All-terrain vehicle, like a four-wheeler, side-by-side.
Okay. And and you talked about these foot impressions that you observed, right?
I did.
And I said I was done with Mr. Elmo, but I'm not. Can we put these back up, please? Can you turn on Elmo? It's on. Oh, there it is. How do you zoom in, Doug? Let's just change the color. Make it light. Okay. All right. I think that's good. Okay. May not be a good one. That's okay. You mentioned that you told investigators that work for me and Mr. Harpootlian that the boot prints were not yours in these photos, right?
That is correct.
But now you told the jury that the boot prints are yours.
That's incorrect. Those are not my boot prints.
Okay. Whose boot prints are they?
I don't know.
Oh, so okay. That's why I get to do this. So
Objection to his comments.
Yes, let's pose questions.
So you don't know whose boot prints those are?
No.
All right. Now, one thing about this search warrant that I asked you about earlier, it was, do you have it up there?
I couldn't remember if I gave it back to you or not.
I don't think you did. Okay. That's okay. It was never executed, was it?
I handed this off to SLED agents once I was at the scene. Thank you.
You said you handed the search warrant off to SLED agents?
I did.
Okay. But to your knowledge, was it ever executed?
Yes, it was.
Oh, you think it was executed?
It was.
And why do you say that?
Because the SLED crime scene unit, I was present while they were processing the scene and executing the search warrant.
And so there are two ways that law enforcement can get access to property. One is through a search warrant and one's by consent. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh gave SLED, Colleton County, any law enforcement, the FBI, carte blanche consent to search his property?
That wasn't relayed to me. I was tasked with getting a search warrant, so I did.
Okay, and once a search warrant is executed, a return is filed with the magistrate who issued it, right?
That's correct.
And you never filed a return on that search warrant, right?
Do you have, like I said, it was given to SLED, so.
So we'll find out more about that. But to your knowledge, I mean, you didn't file a return. That's all you can say, right?
I don't recall. I have to check my notes.
You heard on the tape, you heard Mr. Murdaugh say you can do anything, look for anything. Do you remember him just giving consent to whatever you need?
As far as speaking with him, yes, I remember him saying that.
Okay. And you walked back through the crime scene one last time before you cleared the area on the morning of the 8th. Is that right?
You could say that. We were walking around the whole night and staying out of the way of the crime scene unit.
Were you there after the crime scene unit left?
No, I was not. They were still processing when I left.
Oh. Do you know whether or not the crime scene unit left shotgun pellets behind in the feed room?
I have no knowledge of any of that.
20, 30, even more shotgun pellets left behind in the feed room. Were you aware of that?
Objection is sustained.
On Thursday, June 10th, 3 days, Thursday, June the 10th, you went with SLED, a number of SLED agents and law enforcement agents, went to meet with Mr. Murdaugh, Mr. Murdaugh's brothers, Randy and John Marvin, Mr. Murdaugh's son, and they all agreed to meet, and y'all found a location outside of Varnville, I believe. You remember doing that?
I do. I remember doing that.
And that was during that, I believe you and a sled agent interviewed Mr. Randy Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Randy Murdaugh agreed to allow the download of his cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And gave consent, right?
He did.
And Mr. Alex Murdaugh, to your knowledge, gave consent to download his cell phone, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh did the same, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Buster Murdaugh did the same, correct?
He did.
And everyone gave a voluntary interview that day, to your knowledge, right?
They did.
And then a little bit later, on the Wednesday, June 16th, you assisted SLED when they went out to the Moselle property and went diving, searching for, well, let me ask you. When you assisted SLED dive team, or did you assist SLED dive team on June 16th, 2021?
I did.
And with a search of the Moselle property, focusing on waterways, ponds, the Salkehatchie River access points for evidence from the crime, correct?
That's correct.
Were you looking for the firearms that were used to murder Maggie and Paul?
We were looking for anything that could have been linked to their murders.
And then you utilized ATVs and canvassed the entire 1,700 acres of land.
I did. That was my assignment that day.
And once again, that was done with consent by Mr. Murdaugh, correct?
That is correct.
And then went back the next day and dove another pond on the property. You remember doing that?
I didn't dive, but I was standing by, yes.
You were there?
Yes.
And again, that was with consent, right?
Correct.
And then you were given consent and you did a search of a white F-250 pickup that Paul normally drove, right?
That is correct.
And while you were there, Mr. Davis shows up, and Mr. Davis, you understood to be the caretaker for the dogs, right?
Yes, that's what he explained his job title was at Moselle.
And that, did you observe him doing his work that day?
I did.
Did you watch him wash down the dog runs?
I don't remember that part.
But you were able to look at his tire marks and make an assessment as to whether they appeared to match the tire marks that were seen under the shed portion next to the old airplane hangar, right?
That's correct. He parks under the canopy next to the UTV.
And then on Friday, June the 18th, you had a meeting and you looked at some photos, I believe crime scene photos and autopsy photos at SLED, correct?
I did.
And you made a mental note and you put it in your record that you noticed a few strands of what appeared to be brown hair, unable to determine the length from the photo in Maggie's hands and fingers, right?
That is correct.
And you thought that possibly was an indication of a struggle, that Maggie had grabbed someone, had their hair in her hands, right?
I didn't say that in my report, no.
Well, so why did you note it in your report?
Because it was an observation.
Well, you also noticed in your report that there were some injuries, what appeared to be to Paul's face, that like he had been some type of struggle, right?
I noted what to me could have been scratches or a bruise on his cheek.
And we heard some testimony yesterday about a bolo on the lookout for a white pickup that Paul normally drives. That pickup was found the next morning, correct?
That's correct. It was broken down.
Yeah, and you learned through your investigation that Paul had switched vehicles with his uncle John Marvin, and John Marvin was rushing to Moselle when he got the phone call in Paul's truck, and it broke down on the side of the road.
Yeah, that's correct. It was I believe Mr. Randolph struggled to get in and out of the truck.
Did Colleton County Sheriff's Office put out a statement to the press on the morning of June the 8th that there's no need to public to be alarmed?
I don't believe that came from our office. It did not come through CID for approval. I never seen that press release.
So was Alex Murdaugh, your assisting sled, night of June the 7th, morning June the 8th, was Alex Murdaugh a suspect?
That night, everybody was a suspect.
Everybody? Can you be more specific? Who else were suspects besides?
Well, there was reasons we were asking certain questions. Who his best friend is, who, their routine each day. There were so many different scenarios it could have been that night. So, in my view, everybody was a suspect at that point.
Including Alec?
Including Alec.
The rental place that I pay rent to just called me. I don't know what they want. They haven't left a message. I don't know what's happening. I don't know, man. I'm a little... I might be in trouble. They probably write an email or I don't know what's happening. They didn't leave a message. What do you guys think they're doing? About trying to evict me? Think they're gonna try to give me a cause eviction for going off? And telling everybody about the termites? I don't know what's happening right now, dude. They just called me though, and they don't just call me, you know. Either there's an offer or they're gonna try to evict me. It's one of the two. Or there's someone coming by. I don't want to talk to him though. I don't want to talk to him. I want to.
Before we play it. No,
I'm nervous. Cold. Fuck you, Granny Joe. You're a fucking cunt, and I unbanned your fucking cunt ass. Fuck you. Now you're banned again. How about that? Bitch. Why are you still in here?
Your Honor, we're going to play a portion of Exhibit 1. We need to cover our screens. It is a portion of sensitive matter. Can you see that, Ms. Rutland?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's just stop right there. You see how far that sheet is?
You're such a bitch,
on
dude.
either side of Paul's body there?
At this point in time, yes, I see how it looks.
I have to wait for them to say something again so I can ban him, but I'll do that.
No, because I could see the top of his head.
Well, I'm talking about...
Get a fucking life, bitch. Like, really, get a life. Get off the fucking internet for once. Holy shit.
I don't recall how it was, because I could see parts of his body, but it was still on him.
Okay. Will you go ahead and play?
Oh my god.
Did you notice any footprints of the agent there inside the kennel?
No, I believe he's standing on the...
In the food room?
In the feed room?
Right.
No. But it was starting to rain.
Yeah, if I get evicted, it's because I went off on Granny Joe. Fuck about the karma for my scumlord fucking property owner. Fuck you, man. And my rental agency has been a pain in the ass since I've lived here. Fucking. I tell them about the roaches. They're like, well, you know, you should probably get some roach traps. I'm like, what do you mean? I just moved in here. The place has roaches. You're not gonna be like, huh. No. A bunch of no. They didn't even clean this fucking place before I moved in. I showed about it. It was filthy. I felt like there was a coating on everything, dude. And there was. I found out why afterwards. Because the place didn't even have floorboards in it and shit. It was roaches all on the walls and everything. Yeah, I found out. This place was disgusting before I moved in. And they didn't even clean it properly.
Okay. So it goes down.
Fuck them.
A little bit further. All right, please stop.
You want to try to evict me? We're going all the way with this one.
When you observed Paul's body?
I don't remember. Like I said, when I got there, there was SLED agents as well as deputies standing around the scene, and I wasn't sure what had happened before I got there. I don't recall how the sheet was.
Well, was the sheet on Paul's body the entire time you were walking the crime scene?
No, eventually it was removed when the crime scene unit was ready to process his body.
And I just want to clear up. When you said Alec was wearing khakis, were you referring to shorts or long pants?
Shorts.
Is this from the video from the interview? Your Honor, we're going to publish a small portion of the video in the car, which is their last exhibit. Well, excuse me, that's from number one. Are those the shorts he was wearing?
Yes.
Are those khakis or green?
Khaki style, green.
Okay. All right. That's all. You can take it down. That's all the questions we have, Your Honor.
And redirect.
Yes, sir. Mr. Griffin asked you about some things you did after your interview the following days.
He did.
And you had mentioned a search warrant was executed. Were you working with SLED after June 8th? He's asked you about them. And did you work with them in executing search warrants?
I did.
Specifically on June 9. And who were you working with?
Special Agent Owen.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, there was a truck on the side of the road that went back to her brother, John Marvin?
That's correct.
So that was the white truck?
Yes.
That was on the side of the road?
Yes.
And who did it belong to?
John Marvin.
Okay, and that was off the property of Moselle?
That's correct.
Okay. So that has nothing to do with this case as far as suspect and this killing does it?
No, it did not. We processed to rule it out.
What was that last thing?
We processed it to rule it out.
Okay. And he asked you about meeting with these folks and then talking to you. You were working with SLED doing that, weren't you?
I was.
SLED was investigating this case.
Yes.
Later, Jim.
Getting swabs. Getting swabs from folks? In general,
Yeah.
getting swabs?
I was present when swabs were taken, yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to say
Yeah.
you took them. I'm
No,
just following up on his
that's
question.
correct, yeah.
Were you present when interviews were taken?
I was present, yes.
And who was leading those interviews?
SLED.
Who was in charge?
SLED.
Were they investigating?
They were investigating.
Did you assist SLED with the initial timeline on phone calls?
I did.
On June 12th, did you assist SLED in removing an internal computer black box of a Chevy Suburban?
I did, by standing by.
On June 14th, did you assist SLED in obtaining a search warrant for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
I did.
And was Lieutenant Kent in charge of that?
He was.
Was SLED investigating?
SLED was investigating.
Was that what's referred to as the blue box?
Black box, I
Black
believe.
box. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Were you with SLED when Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes was towed?
I was.
Yeah. Did y'all have a search warrant for that?
We did.
I think he asked you, were you with SLED when ponds were searched in the area?
I was.
That's June 16th. Would you dispute that, 2021?
No, that's correct.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you about a truck that Mr. Davis was driving out of the shed. Were you able to confirm that the tire tracks in the shed were his?
I did, by looking at them.
By looking at them?
Yes.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, did Mr. Davis say he was in and out of there a couple times a day?
Twice a day, yes.
So those tracks inside the shelter were whose?
The dog caretaker, Mr. Davis.
And I think he asked you about water. Just remind me, the night you were there, did you see water around the bodies?
I did.
Okay. He asked you about some injuries, I think, that you had noted in your report. How did Paul fall?
Face down at an angle outside the feed room.
On what?
On his hands and arms.
Okay. But his face hit what?
The gravel.
Mr. Griffin asked you about how many times the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, had mentioned or turned his son Paul's body on page 2 of the transcript, or towards the front. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You remember him saying that?
Yes.
You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out.
Yes.
And his cell phone popped out.
Correct.
And I tried to do something, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down.
Correct.
Were his words, I think I tried to turn him over.
Yes.
And later on, I tried to turn him, and then I tried to check him.
Correct.
I tried to turn him.
Correct.
He asked you about the sheet on the body. Did you see the front or the top of Paul's head?
I did.
Okay. And he asked you about the sheet over that body. I want to ask you about a sheet. When you saw Richard Alexander Murdaugh, did he have a sheet over him?
He did not.
Could you see his face, his hands, his body, his pants, and his shirt?
I could.
Did he look like somebody who had just changed his clothes?
Yes.
Basis for the objection.
No basis for that opinion.
Response, Mr. Meadows.
I couldn't hear what he said.
No basis for that opinion.
Did those clothes appear to be fresh?
They did.
Like they just come out of the laundry?
They could be.
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
That's all we have.
Further questions?
Briefly, Your Honor, Detective, it was raining that night, wasn't it?
It started to rain before we did our interview.
Can you put up that photo of his shorts and shirt that we saw a minute ago? What's that? Waiting for him. Signal. No signal. Oh, here it is. So these are the clothes that you saw him wearing sitting in the car?
Correct.
And it's your testimony those clothes look like they're freshly washed?
He's sweating and they are dry, so I would say yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. You call your next witness.
Delilah Cericion.
I had sardines for breakfast.
For the record. Spell your last name.
That's biblical.
Yes, Delilah Cericione, Cirencione.
Good afternoon, Agent Cericione.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or
this
SLED.
guy's out of his
currently
fucking
in the
mind.
Behavioral Science Unit, but was formerly in the Crime Scene Unit.
Hold up. I asked what's going on, right? I emailed him because they left a message on voicemail saying that something with the sale of the house. They need to talk to me. Give us a call back. And so I emailed instantly afterwards and asked, "You have information about the sale?" And they responded 4 minutes later with, mind you, it's Friday. I will be back in the office after 10 a.m. Oh, I thought this said tomorrow. I'm not trying to call. What would you do? I'm not trying to call them about it. Why can't he just tell me via email? I don't want to talk to him. You know what I mean? Like, I thought this said call me back 10 a.m. Saturday tomorrow. But still, I'm not trying to call him, dude. What would you do? Like, what the fuck? I'm not your buddy, dude. Y'all are fucking me over here.
Now, did you tell me that the mic cannot be turned up more?
Hey, can he type it?
Cannot be moved?
Take the time and type it.
Is that better, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Right?
Thanks, Your Honor.
No? Am I the only one
What
here?
time or what dates were you working in the Slade Crime Scene Unit?
I was with SLED Crime Scene from 2017 until 2022 in October.
So on June 7th of 2021, you were working with Slade Crime Scene?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you have an occasion to be involved in the investigation of Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And what was your involvement in that investigation?
It's bad enough they're
On
fucking
June 8th, I
invading
was
my
requested
privacy
by my
and making
lieutenant,
me
Todd Shank, to
have random
respond to
people
the
come
Colleton
through
Medical
here.
Center to collect buccal swabs or DNA swabs from
You will
two
call
victims.
me. No, I won't.
And can you tell the jurors what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is just a DNA swab, so it's a sterile Q-tip about this size, kind of like a Q-tip you use for your ear, and you swab the inside of the victim's cheeks for a DNA standard.
Do you just take one swab?
It comes in a set of 2 swabs within one container, so 2 swabs for each victim.
So you rub the inside of the person's cheek with that swab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what do you do with the swabs?
Then it's placed back inside the sterile container and it's put into a coin envelope where it's sealed, dated, and initialed, and the time of the collection is written on the envelope.
And it is sealed and dated and initialed to ensure that it is not tampered with. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
And if someone else analyzes or manipulates that swab, they should note that on the packaging?
I'm not sure how it goes after it's out of my control, but I chained all that over to Lieutenant Todd Shank once I went back to the Sled Forensic Laboratory.
So where did you turn those buccal swabs in?
After I left the medical center, I went back to Sled to the Forensic Laboratory and did a chain of custody with my lieutenant, and it was then in his custody.
And going back, just to be clear, who did you collect buccal swabs from?
One female victim, Margaret, and one male victim, Paul Murdaugh.
Talk, bro. I'm not trying to have them ask me to be a good boy when they have people looking at the place. You know what I mean? No. Ask me to be a good boy via email. I'm not trying to have you waste my time like that. You know what I'm saying? Partner, I pay you. You don't pay me. That's how I'm seeing that shit. Get out of here. Huh. Yeah, you see, I'm a fucking man. I got balls. I'm acting like it. I'm not letting them push me around, dude. I'm from the South. I ain't from this California pretty boy-ass motherfucking area. I'm from the ghetto.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
I live in the ghetto now, though. I'm the only white person here. Literally. I'm going to start telling the people that, too. By the way, you're going to be the only white person that lives here. Enjoy that. Language barrier. It's the little things. It's something about not being able to communicate with your neighbors really ties the place together. It ties it all together, makes it all so homey for me. Are they releasing the video tonight? They have an offer. They can definitely, give it to me via email. Make it official. Make it official, baby. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to do that probably, and that's what I want them to have to do. Whatever they're gonna say, I want them to have to make it official. Because in California, there's a two-way voice recording law. I can't record theirs. They can't record mine. But email, that's all recorded, baby. Let's go. Give it to me.
Okay.
They don't want that for some reason. That's how I'm seeing it. If they don't want it, I want it. You know what I mean? Because they don't want it for my best interest, do they? They're trying to do it their way for their best interest.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm business minded.
I'm going to show you these evidence
Doesn't work, doesn't work.
baggies from SLED. Can you take a look at that? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Do those appear to be the vocal swabs that you collected from Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
They are.
And how do you know that?
Both of these have my initials, the date, and a description on them, and they're sealed with my initials and the date.
And looking at those, can you tell if anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. There's a additional lab number, an item number, and 2 other initials on them.
So once you collected those, it would appear that someone from the lab performed analysis on those swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor. Wait a minute.
Memphis time, so it's 4.
This time I would offer State's Exhibit 102 and 202 for identification purposes only, as State's Exhibit 202, 201, excuse me, being a buccal swab of Paul Murdaugh, and 202 being a buccal swab for Margaret Murdaugh. And Your Honor, we would actually move to enter these into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay.
They're entered into evidence as those exhibit numbers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Serencion, did you do anything else in regards to this case?
Yes, ma'am. Once I cleared from the Colleton Medical Center collecting the buccal swabs, I was requested by Captain Ryan Neal with the SLED Low Country region to respond to the initial scene of the crime scene and collect a cell phone that was collected by their agents via chain of custody.
And whose cell phone did you collect from Ryan Neal? Do you know?
I'm not aware of whose cell phone it was. It was an iPhone cell phone with a clear case.
And what did you do with that cell phone when you collected it?
The cell phone was collected by a chain of custody with Captain Ryan Neal, and then it was placed in a brown paper bag, sealed, and transported back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory, where it was chained over to Lieutenant Todd Shank.
No further.
Oh, I'm antsy. At least I know something's happening, and they're like, you know what I mean? Something's happening. I have ruffled some feathers. I know that much. That's all. That's all I know so far. I don't know what that is going to entail, but there's ruffling. There's been some ruffling. It wouldn't be call it like this, dude.
Serencion, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 203 and 205.
Oh, it's going to be bad, but they're all black, dude. So, a little different dynamic with those cops. Memphis is an interesting city, being that it's like 80-something% black, and the whole police force is black, and so it's like, bro, it's different. So there's no telling what's going to happen. It's not the same as something like that happening in Portland or Seattle or a whiter city. Like, they're going to be rioting against their own people, pretty much, their own business owners. And, I don't know if that's going to really happen like that.
Mark for deputation.
Oh, I sent them.
This is State's Exhibit 204.
To tell me via email.
Cell phone.
I said that, so I'm waiting.
Along with a paper bag here.
I asked them to tell me via email.
Can you tell that's the paper bag that you collected this cell phone and put that cell phone in that paper bag?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how can you tell that?
It's got my handwriting on it with my initials and the date and a description of the cell phone.
What's in the bag,
The
man?
state would offer State's Exhibit 204 into evidence.
Object to it coming into evidence.
Why was he going through his phone,
Marked for
bro?
identification. Those two exhibits.
The
phone. Those are the chain. The phone. Is that the phone, or is that the chain of evidence?
State's Exhibit 204 is the cell phone.
I marked for identification, Your Honor. We have no objection to being marked
for identification.
And Agent Cirencione, if you could take a look at State's Exhibits 205 and 203 and tell us what those appear to be.
Both of these are chains of custody from myself to my lieutenant at the time, and from Captain Ryan Neal to myself, and then from myself to Todd Shank. They're both for the cell phone as well as the buccal swabs.
So those forms show where you collected or received the buccal swabs and the cell phone. Is that right?
They're a chain of custody, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, what is it you do for SWED? I mean, I understand you receive things, you take buccal swabs, but do you transport things, or do you have another role with SWED?
I'm currently a special agent with the Behavioral Science Unit.
Okay. At this time, in June of 2021, what were you doing?
In June of 2021, I was an agent with the crime scene unit. With the crime scene unit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You help process crime scenes?
Yes, sir. I respond to the state and process crime scenes, collect evidence, document evidence, write reports, and so on, and testify in court proceedings.
And did you do any crime scene processing other than receiving these items in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So, what happened to... Where's that cell phone?
All exhibits, once they've been marked for identification, they remain with the court reporters.
They take them home? Oops. They dropped it. Oh my gosh, they dropped it. Is it the phone? Hopefully they kept the case on it.
So, and I guess I'll put this right here. You received this cell phone. They didn't tell you it was Maggie Murdaugh's phone, did they?
No, sir.
But you received this cell phone on the morning of what? When?
It was June 8th.
June 8th, the morning after the murders.
Yes, sir. It was June 8th, 2021.
And where was the agent that gave this to you? Where did he meet you?
The initial crime scene.
Okay, at the house, by the dog pens, where?
In the yard near the kennels. And
okay.
Yes, sir.
And when you received it, was it on or off?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phones can continue to receive information or erase memory after they're, at any point, but specifically when you're trying to preserve evidence, do you know whether to turn it off or leave it on? Anybody instruct you on that?
I'm not an expert with the cell phones, so I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. Secondly, do you know what a Faraday bag is?
No, sir.
Okay, a Faraday bag, for your edification, is something you put an electronic device in so that no one can access it. It can't receive new data.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question?
Here it is, I'm getting to it. And it can't erase data. Did you know that?
No, sir.
You're in the crime scene. Have you ever recovered phones before?
Yes, we recover cell phones, but they're typically collected directly by computer crimes or the regional agents.
Okay, so in this instance, though, they were not done the normal way, is what you're saying, the usual way. They gave it to you.
This way, it was just directly transferred to myself so I could bring it back to the SLED lab.
And no one cautioned you about putting it in a Faraday bag or not turning it off?
Not that day, no, sir.
So would that have been, and who gave it to you, Agent?
Captain Ryan Neal with SLED Low Country.
Okay. And he just handed it to you. You put it in a brown paper bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether it was on or off?
I don't recall.
And there's a passcode in this bag with it. Do you know where that came from?
I wrote the passcode that I was given on the brown paper bag.
Okay, and then somebody else wrote it on this piece of paper?
I did not write it on that piece of paper.
Okay, just to be clear, you were not asked to handle this cell phone any different than if you'd been given a can of pork and beans to put into evidence, right? Is that right?
It depends if the pork and beans were evidence, but...
Well, assume there's a can of pork and beans and it's a piece of evidence and they want you to transport it.
Makes me hungry.
They give you any special instructions
Yeah,
about
we
the
should
cell
make
phone
high-end-
as opposed to a can of pork and beans?
High-end pork and beans.
No, sir. The cell phone was collected using gloves and directly placed into the brown paper bag, sealed, initialed, dated. A description was written, and it was transported straight to the forensic lab for processing.
And you don't know whether it was open, whether it had been shut down or was still on?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Can I put this back in the paper bag? I'll drop it again.
Sure.
Pork and beans.
Take the pork and dough just one moment.
Just right out of the can. Get 'em right out of the can and drink them. Drink those. I can store them.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
That's sure.
And you may call your next witness. Do you have another witness available at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may approach.
It's fairly lengthy, but we're happy to get started, Your Honor.
Melinda Worley.
Come on down. You're the next contestant on the Murdaugh family murder trial. That just happened. Why is he doing that, man? Bro, get your shit together, long Brian.
Raise your right hand and left hand. Do you affirm the testimony about to the court in this trial shall be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Melinda Worley, W-O-R-L-E-Y.
Good afternoon, Agent Worley.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for SLED.
And how long have you worked for SLED?
Since August of 2011.
And what is your current position at SLED?
I'm currently a senior criminalist in the latent print unit of the Forensic Services Lab.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training and other experiences at SLED that have led you to this point?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in anthropology from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from Mercyhurst College, a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Florida. And along with the master's degree, I also received a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation. I started at SLED in 2011 in the crime scene unit as a special agent. I followed through the training program that SLED provides in-house. I finished that, I believe it was July of 2012, and at that point I was able to take cases as a crime scene agent. But shortly thereafter, I also started training in the discipline of footwear and tire tread examination. I finished that training in March of 2014, and so then I was doing crime scene and footwear and tire cases until August of 2022. I transferred out of the crime scene unit to the latent print unit. I also switched from being a Class 1 law enforcement officer, I was a senior special agent, to a Class 3 law enforcement officer, so now I'm a senior criminalist and a footwear and tire examiner.
And so, I mean, as far as crime scene goes, can you tell us about any special training that you have pertaining to crime scene specifically?
I've taken several courses in bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, archaeology, forensic archaeology, and clandestine graves, photography.
And back in 2021, you were a crime scene investigator, is that correct?
That's correct.
And now you are in the footwear and tire examination, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what would be the appropriate title for that?
Footwear and tire examiner.
Okay. And what other additional qualifications do you have to examine footwear and tire impressions?
I've taken 2 40-hour courses related to footwear, and I've completed approximately 50 footwear cases since I was completed my training in 2014. I've testified as an expert witness 9 times, qualified.
Is that in state court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said about how many, I guess, cases have you had where you have examined footwear and tire impressions, if you could give us an estimate here?
As far as the actual scenes I've worked that had footwear, or just in general footwear?
In general.
I think it's around 50 cases.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to qualify Investigator Worley as an expert in footwear and tire examination.
Says the defense.
Dude, Gaza is getting hit by Israel again. Missiles.
No objection, Your Honor. She's obviously qualified.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, where a witness, by virtue of their education and experience, become what the court considers an expert in some field, that witness can give opinions where lay witnesses typically cannot. And this witness has been qualified and now is accepted as an expert witness in the field of footwear examination and what else?
Tire impressions, Your Honor.
And tire impressions. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Agent Worley, back in June of 2021, what was your role at SLED again?
I was in the crime scene unit.
As a crime scene investigator?
That's right.
Okay. And can you tell us just some of the general procedures of a crime scene investigator who responds to a crime scene?
Sure. We are requested to respond to crime scenes anywhere in the state. When the sheriff's office or police department requests our assistance with a crime scene, we document the scene with photographs and draw sketches, take measurements. We collect evidence, document it, collect it, package it appropriately, maintain chain of custody.
Is there any special kind of protocol that y'all follow?
We do have a protocol manual, yes.
Okay. Do you ever wear any type of gowns or coverings or anything like that out to a crime scene?
We always wear gloves, no matter what. Depends on the scene, I guess, as far as if we're going to wear any booties or anything else.
Okay. Would it be normal protocol to wear booties to an outdoor crime scene?
Not the way we've operated now.
Okay. Why not?
It's not usually, not usually necessary, I guess, as far as watching where you're stepping and not stepping in blood or any tire or footwear impressions or anything. We just don't normally wear booties.
And when you're at a crime scene, are you looking for microscopic evidence?
Well, we don't carry microscopes. Other than swabbing items at a scene, we would collect potential evidence that way by swabbing it.
All right, let's move on to your involvement in this case. Did you have the occasion to respond to Moselle Road on June 7th?
I did.
Okay. What time did you respond out there?
I believe we arrived around 12:07 a.m.
Okay. And are you aware of what time this the crime occurred?
I'm not sure about the time it occurred. I know the time I was notified.
Okay. And what time was that?
We were notified around 10:33 p.m.
Okay. So it took you roughly 2 hours to get out to the crime scene. Why was that?
We respond from Columbia.
All right. So what did you see when you got out there?
The scene entailed the area where the kennels were located. There was a large workshop with an overhang on between the workshop and where the dog kennels were. There was a sort of gravel path, driveway between the kennels and that overhang. The sheriff's office had brought out a canopy to cover Maggie's body to protect her from the rain.
And what were the weather conditions?
It was raining lightly.
Okay. What is one of the first things you did when you got out there?
We met with David Owen, Special Agent David Owen, and regional agents to kind of get a little more information about what the scene entailed. And we did a little initial walkthrough to see the sheriff's office had marked some potential evidence. So we walked around to see what was what and see if we could find any additional evidence before we started taking photographs.
Do you recall collecting a shotgun from Agent Daniel Green, or excuse me, Officer or Sergeant Daniel Green?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did that occur?
He had maintained custody of a shotgun and needed to transfer it to me, so he brought it over to my truck and we put it in a gun box. We took photographs of it and rendered it safe.
Was that gun loaded or unloaded when you took custody of it?
It was loaded.
It's classic.
And did you unload that weapon?
I did.
And why would you do that?
We always render a firearm safe before we transport it.
Agent Corley, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as Tate's Exhibit 4, along with the rifle, or excuse me, shotgun that was collected. Could you tell us what you have there?
It's one of the 2 shot shells that were in the shotgun.
And that's a shot shell that you unloaded from this gun?
That's right.
And what gauge is that?
This one is 16 gauge.
And the correct caliber for that gun is a 12 gauge?
That's right.
Since Daniel Green collected that gun, did you take a buccal swab from him?
We did, yes.
And why would you do that?
In case his DNA was on the firearm, we would need to eliminate him or know that was his.
Okay.
Agent Worley, this is Tate's Exhibit 249. Does that appear to be the buccal swab you collected from Daniel Green?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
It has my handwriting, my initials. The seal tape has my initials with my handwriting for the date.
At this time, the state would offer Tate's Exhibit 249 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
Major Worley, if you can take a look at State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize what is in that picture?
I do.
Is that a true and accurate representation?
It is.
Got it. This time I'll move State's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Would you identify what it is before we do that? I mean, no objection, no objection. Okay.
What is it?
It's the shotgun that I took custody of, and the 12 gauge and the 16 gauge shot shells that I removed from the shotgun.
It's admitted without objection.
And if you could, for the jury, could you tell us which shells we're looking at here?
The one on the left is the 12 gauge, and the one on the right is 16 gauge.
And those are the shells you unloaded from that gun?
They are.
And you described the crime scene. If you could, State's Exhibit 22 has previously been entered. Could you describe that to the jury?
That's the large overhang on the side of the workshop, the doghouse that's just outside that overhang, and Maggie's body is lying there underneath that canopy. The kennels are in the background.
How did you discover Paul's body or observe Paul's body?
He was, when we arrived, he was still covered with a pink sheet, but we could tell he was lying face down just outside the feed room.
And when you, how did you process the area around him?
We start with documenting the area with photographs, photographing the evidence that the Sheriff's Office had already marked, do overall mid-range and close-up of each item of evidence, photograph the victims as they were when we arrived before the sheets were moved or anything.
This time I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 24, which is a sealed exhibit. Does this picture show how you found Paul's body?
After we documented him with the sheet over him and the coroner removed the sheet, yes, that is what it looked like.
And he appears to be laying outside of a feed room.
That's correct.
Did you process that feed room?
After he was removed from the area, we went in the room to process the room.
And if you look at that picture there, it appears that there's something laying on the back of his shorts there.
Yes, that's right.
And what was that?
I was told it was his cell phone.
State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the cell phone on the back of his shorts.
This time the state would move State's Exhibit 25 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
And this is the cell phone that was laying on top of Paul's body?
That's right.
Now, did y'all process the inside of the feed room?
We did.
Agent Worley, I'm going to ask you to take a look. It takes exhibits 26, 27, 28, 30. If you can. 31, 32, 35, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45, please. Agent Worley, in general, what are those pictures of?
They're all taken inside the feed room. A lot of them are footwear impressions.
And are those true and accurate representations of the feed room as it was the night of the murders on June 7th?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer those exhibits into evidence.
Exhibit numbers again.
Your Honor, that takes exhibits 27, 26, 30, 28, 31, 35, 32, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45.
They are admitted without objection.
Agent Worley, this is State's Exhibit 27. If you could tell the jurors what they're looking at in this picture.
That's a view looking from the door into the feed room.
And what can we see on the floor there?
Marker 1 is the shot shell wad. There's also suspected blood and tissue, possible pieces of skull on the floor.
Okay. And then looking back at that window.
There were several bullet defects in the window in the glass.
And State's Exhibit 26.
That's showing the feed room also, but it's showing more of the door, the outside of the door.
And if you notice the top of the door, what can you see up there?
It looks like blood, and there's also hair on top of the door.
State's Exhibit 30.
That's behind the door to the feed room.
Okay. And what's back there?
There were two 12-gauge shot shells on the fired shot shells on the floor behind the door, and also there was hair behind the door.
State's Exhibit 31.
That was after we marked the two fired shot shells as markers 9 and 10, and also showing them the shot shell wad at marker 1 in the same photo.
And State's Exhibit 26.
And that's close-up of the shot shell wad at marker 1, and there's also a partial footwear impression in blood.
Okay. And do we see some little round pellets there?
Yes, there were pellets on the floor.
.32.
And that's close-up of the shot shells at 9 and 10.
Were those shot shells collected?
Yes, they were.
Agent Worley, when those shot shells were collected, what did you do with them?
We photographed them first before we pick them up. We packaged them, write the information on the packaging as to what it is, where it came from at marker 9 and 10, date and initial and time it was collected.
And were they submitted to the lab and placed in these big plastic bags?
I transferred them to a crime scene lieutenant.
I'll ask you to take a look at these for me.
Yes.
Do those appear to contain item 1 and items 9 and 10?
Yes.
And also some other items that were collected?
Yes. A way to open them?
No, this time I will have Agent Worley open the bags and remove items 1 and items 9 and 10. item 1 is what?
That is the shot shell wad that was at marker 1.
Okay. And how do you know that is the shot shell wad that you collected?
It's my handwriting on the box, my initials on the seal on the tape.
And then item 9 and item 10?
And these are the 2 shot shells, fired shot shells at markers 9 and 10. This one is the one at marker 9. It's 12 gauge Federal, and one at marker 10 was, I believe, a Winchester 12 gauge.
This time is take remove items 29, the shot, I guess the shot shell wad, and item 34, the 12 gauge Federal, and item 33, 12 gauge Winchester, into evidence.
Okay. Without objection.
All right, also in that feed room, we were looking at what appeared to be some bloody footprints. Is that right, Agent Worley?
That's right.
And you can see those footprints here in State's Exhibit 27.
You can see them.
About State's Exhibit 35 here.
Yes, there are 2 right there at marker 1.
So right down in here.
Yes.
All right. So in your training and experience as a footwear examiner, did you have occasion to examine those footprints?
I did.
And did you have some shoes to compare those footprints to?
Yes, I took custody of the shoes that Paul was wearing when I attended his autopsy. I was able to compare those to the footwear impressions in the feed room.
And now how do you do that?
We make test impressions of the shoes after they've been photographed with ink on the bottom of the shoe. I have someone similar who wears the same size, usually wears the shoe and steps on a piece of cardstock paper. We make as many test impressions as we need to make sure I've gotten all the area of the bottom of the shoe. Then I reprint those test impressions on transparencies. It makes it easier to overlay those on top of the photographs of the unknown impressions at the crime scene. And I compare the unknown impressions from the crime scene to the overlays that I place of Paul's shoes.
So you make a transparent overlay and you place it on pictures to determine if they correspond.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 148. What is that?
That is a printed version of the test impressions that we created of Paul's shoes.
And State's Exhibit 199.
That one is the right shoe. The first one was the left shoe.
And there are, I guess, two impressions of each shoe there?
That's right.
All right, so using the impressions you made in the photographs, did you make any determinations?
I determined they were corresponding consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
And we'll look a little closer here. It takes Exhibit 38. I'm sorry, there appears to be some kind of shadow here on the Elmo. States 138, is that a picture that you used from the crime scene to compare to Paul's shoes?
It is.
And what did you determine regarding that?
That one was also consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
States Exhibit 39.
Both of those were the same outsole design as Paul's shoes.
And we'll go back to States Exhibit 40. And if you're standing in the feed room, what position are those shoes facing?
Those are facing the window.
Facing the window.
Right.
Did you also notice the door of that feed room?
I did.
And what about the door?
There was a lot of, I guess, blood, brain matter on the outside of the door, not so much on the inside, interior side of the door. There's a little bit at the very top,
the maple syrup,
and hair on top of the door, but not on the rest of the back of the door.
So States Exhibit 42 here. What can we see?
That's a picture of the exterior side of the door. You can see the blood toward the top of the door.
So that would be like the front of the door.
Right.
And States Exhibit 43?
And that's also the front of the door.
Okay. And we can see some blood spatter up here in the corner.
Yes.
Would that be right?
That's right.
And then it appears to be hair as well?
Yes, that's right.
And we mentioned the defects in the window. States Exhibit 44 here.
Yes.
What can we see there? Can you see a hole in that window?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 45.
Yes, you can see one of the defects.
Okay. And do you recall how many defects were in the window?
6, I believe.
Later, did you have an occasion to go back out to the scene and re-examine that window?
I did.
At that time, can you tell us what you did when you examined the window?
We went to further document, take more measurements of the area. We scaled the defects and took several more measurements of where those defects were in the window.
I'm going to show you States Exhibits 114 and 115. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What is that?
These are diagrams of the window that I created. One shows the interior side of the window and one shows the exterior side. It shows where the defects are located in the window and all the measurements that we took for each defect.
Your Honor, at this time I move States 114 and 115 into evidence.
Okay. You're admitted without objection.
Permission to publish. We're looking here at States 114. Do I have that in the correct orientation, Agent Worley?
Yes.
Okay. And can you kind of explain to the jurors the defects we're looking at here?
Sure. There's defects A through, I believe, G, starting from top to bottom.
So it's like where it says defect A, defect B. What is that?
Those were the locations of where the bullet defects were in the glass.
So those are holes in the glass?
Right. Yes.
And that is from the inside of the feed ring?
That's right.
And State's Exhibit 115 here, what is that?
That is the exterior side of the window.
Okay. So those are the same defects, but from looking from the exterior, like from the outside of the room.
Right.
And what was kind of the purpose of that?
In the event reconstruction would ever be done of the scene, it's necessary to have specific measurements to be able to place those bullet defects, those holes back in the window where they were based on measurements.
What else did you recall doing concerning the feed ring?
We collected several of the shot shell pellets. We also swabbed the exterior doorknob of the room just for potential touch DNA.
Did you collect those pellets from the feed room floor?
Yes, we did.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time and resume at 2:20. Have a good lunch. Please do not discuss the case. In recess to 2:20.
There it is, 2:20. We got an hour and 10 minutes. Just got an email that Amazon Prime is going to start charging for the Amazon Fresh. If you don't order $150 worth of groceries, you will incur a service fee. Prime members will continue to receive free grocery delivery on orders more than $150. Delivery charges for anything less than $150 will be $3.95 for orders $100 to $150, $6.95 for orders $50 to $100, and $9.95 for any orders under $50. That a bitch? The extra 5 cents they save me, I feel that, you know, as long as it's not $10 and just $9.95, so much better. Then I know they're not trying to fuck me. Schwann's banquet? Oh man. Remember that. Wines was cool. They had the ice cream. They had ice creams that were pretty good. Or the attacker of figures out Nancy Pelosi attacker footage. I saw a little bit of it. Watch it. God damn, this headset sucks. Dude, it's odd that it's so hard for me to find it. It's as if they're squashing it. Because I just saw it on Reddit, but I didn't upvote it, so it's hard for me to find it. That's weird, man. Upvote it. I don't want to watch that news agency. I'm trying to watch the feed, just the raw footage of it. Schweine's was expensive. Where it went, man. Maybe they took it off of here. Fuck it, I just watch the Fox News. I can't not watch one of the news agency ones to watch it. Oh my god. Please disable my ad blocker because that's gonna fucking make me like fuck you people, man. Come on, dude. Now I'm gonna fucking get H&R Block. Yeah, now I'm gonna go out of my way and I need to use H&R fucking Block. Now
Welcome
fuck
to
you.
Law and Crime.
On the
I'm
contrary,
Anjanette
what the
Levy,
fuck
and
is
we are taking
happening?
your
What is
questions
this
live
shit?
here on the lunch break during the
Oh
state of
my
South
god,
Carolina
this is what you
versus
get from mainstream
Richard
media.
Alexander
Shit.
Murdaugh or Alec
Oh, no,
Murdaugh.
it's you, bitch. Shut up. Fuck. God. The only thing I want Law and Order for is their video. I don't want to hear shit that they have to say, dude. Fuck them. Law and Order, fuck you. How about that?
Over 7 million men trust Manscaped for
On
trimming
Crime,
down
whatever
there.
the fuck
And
it's
now
called.
We're bringing the
Fuck
same
all of
precision
them.
up here.
Fuck you too.
Introduce-
What that? I want you to spoiled.
Yeah, definitely don't want olive here. I definitely don't want
This
olive
ain't
Hello.
that show you thought it was, probably. If you're new here, I'm an asshole, okay? It's what it is. How I live now. It's my survival strategy. I'm still living.
Yeah. 2620, right? No, 2640. Oh, 40. Yeah, it literally said in there. Hi. Guys. How you doing?
How are you?
What's going on, man?
Everything's good.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
Nope. Hey.
What is going on right
I'm
now?
not getting an answer on call. Bro.
What actually just fucking was that? Yo. What? That was very strange. And apparently he knocked him out and there was a puddle of blood from it also. So it's like, dude, what? Why were they all acting like they were buddies? They definitely acted like they knew each other, huh? Dude. That was weird. That was way weirder than I thought it would be. For them to be hanging out, they seem to be like, dude, that seemed a little weird. Like he was expecting that dude to be somebody else, you know? Like he called for like a gay dude to come over and pleasure him, and then that dude showed up with a hammer, and he doesn't want the news to get out. I don't know, man. That was just right. I mean, what? I think if someone was attacking you with a hammer, you wouldn't be acting like your their friend when you answer the door. Oh man. Yep. Well, shit. What is it? Oh, yeah. Ow. Baby. properly adjusted. Coming down. Beep, 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 beep. You like my thumbnail? Oh my gosh, look at them. This is what I'm using as a thumbnail in case you didn't know. I guess these two are dead. He might be in on it. He looking kind of sus over there. The whole family is wearing bow ties, dude. And she's got that fur on. Man, they were quite the family. Interesting. They probably were partying together. OC. I don't know about Memphis though. Oh, they're holding a press conference right now. Oh man, they've been up there for fucking half an hour? Jeez. At the press conference. Somebody give this woman a mic, bro. She's talking for so long, you know what I'm saying? Invite her on stage. She's a judge.
Okay, last question. Yes, ma'am.
Is this a question or a statement, lady?
Yes, ma'am. As a national civil rights attorney, we go to many municipalities and communities, and you often hear about other tragedies that happened before the high-profile case that's going on. And what we try to do is try to lift all of the injustices up and we try to speak to all of those, and hopefully at future rallies for justice for Tyree, we invite those families to stand with Miss Wells and Mr. Wells, because none of these tragedies are any more important than any of the others. All of our children matter, and we have to continue to say that each and every one of our children have a right to live on this earth, to breathe another breath. And so we have to continue to do that. I would hope that the city leadership, if the Department of Justice deems it appropriate to have a pattern and practice investigation of the Memphis Police Department, that they will welcome it, that they won't try to fight or object to it. Hopefully that the city council members will say that we want to have an internal audit of ourselves. Let's just don't look outward and try to get resentful when Crump and all us lawyers start saying that there's a problem with police culture. Because, you know, the best way to solve the problems with police culture is for the police to work with the community and be transparent, accept accountability, and build trust. That is how you can deal with this culture. And they may attack us and try to say, oh, they continue to attack police. As we've often said, we are not anti-police, we're anti-bad police who killed Tyree, who killed George Floyd, who lied and killed Breonna Taylor, who lied and killed Alton Sterling, all these people who, Ronald Green, I meant, Jalen Randall, absolutely. We're against those officers who skirt the rules to justify these unjustifiable killings of our children, Judge Chandler. That's who we're against. And if you want to help us, if you want to take this argument away from us, then help us fix the police culture where we can go another month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months without the media rushing to the next city to report on the latest hashtag that becomes part of American society. And y'all know the names. We don't even have to explain them to you. That's how bad it is when we say Michael Brown, when we say Tamir Rice, when we say Alton Sterling, when we say Eric Gardner, when we say Stephon Clark, when we say Laquan McDonough, when we say Philando Castile, when we say Dante Wright, when we say Amir Locke, I mean, Atiana Jefferson. I mean, is that not a systematic problem with the culture when you have these many unarmed black people dying? We're not talking about people who got guns coming at the police. Because we look at the data. Attorney Ramanucci is, Van Turner. I mean, these are great lawyers. We don't just go willy-nilly. We look at statistics. We look at when the police have to use deadly force with white citizens. It's normally when a citizen has a deadly weapon. That's not true when we look at deadly encounters with black people and police. I mean,
Hold up,
how
man.
many times
He just had to do that, didn't he?
we have to hear
Why'd you
another
doing
black
that,
man was
dude?
shot in the back while he was running away from the
Fucking
police,
asshole,
and the police
dude.
said, I felt in fear of my life. That doesn't
asshole.
happen often with white citizens. That's why we're saying this
But
is
it
a
happens.
cultural
But it does
matter
happen.
within the police department.
To white
And
citizens,
unless
though.
we are
He admits
to be
that, right?
honest
Fucking asshole.
and say there's an issue. These black people aren't crazy. They're using excessive force against us, but they don't want to say that.
Thankfully,
They'd rather
it was
try
black
to
police
attack
officers,
us
dude.
and
All of
say,
them.
oh, y'all are race baiters and so forth. Just
Thankfully.
because we have the audacity to come and take a stand for our children.
No.
I mean, it's like
It's the
Malcolm
words
X
they
said
use, man.
that
That's when
they
they're
call
race
you
baiting.
racist for confronting their racism.
Oh, so now the black cops are
And
racist.
so we have an
Perfect.
opportunity
That's perfect,
here,
actually.
America,
Everybody's
to really
racist against black
speak
people now.
to this institutionalized
She's even not even
police
buying it,
culture
dude. She's probably
that
like,
show
no, too
that
far.
it's not just about
She's being used
white
by this guy.
officers
You know what I mean?
black officers
All of them
or
are.
Hispanic officers. It's about police officers having this biased belief that you can get away with doing certain things to black citizens.
He's trying to make there be riots,
and brown
though,
citizens
even though
of
it's
America
black
that
officers.
you cannot get away with white citizens. We have to have this
See,
conversation.
by saying that, he's trying to
Tyree
piss
Nichols,
people off, man.
Ms. Wells was right. God used him to allow us to have this conversation. Thank you.
Well, he's getting paid the entire
ask for
time.
prayer and peace.
And the people that end up rioting could get arrested, lose their freedom, lose their money. He doesn't give a shit.
While all the world will see why we have to get justice for Tyree, and we have to use this to say no more. Thank you. We're going to have prayer.
I'm from Mississippi, y'all know. So it sits close to home.
Leader of this cathedral.
I feel like he's like in my homeland, hometown, you know. He's like fucking with my people, you know, like
Give God thanks for turning Benjamin Crump.
fuck that. God thanks for him.
God, let us now pray with compassion and love for this family of this young man.
He causes further separation between whites and blacks, this guy. Every time he's talking, every time.
With them today, but in the weeks ahead, the counseling that they need for this traumatic event. That's why I represent all churches and all faith and all religious communities today. Many of the humanity against humanity of these 5 policemen, we also are remembering the Holocaust and our Jewish who lost 6 million.
What? Why does everybody bring the fucking Holocaust up?
Humanity against humanity.
Dude.
The series of lynchings we've had for the last 400 years.
The lynchings over the past 400 years.
Praying for this family today and all families that have suffered injustice.
So now all whites are like Germans, that some people are thinking that.
Because of the racist culture. And we recognize it's just a few. But even one is too much.
But it was black people.
Bow your heads.
So.
Now, God, we ask you to comfort this family.
Oh no, they're
This
not.
mother and this father.
Right in the city.
We ask you to strengthen him. Yes, this mother has recognized he was on a mission
And my dad has lots
to
of guns,
transform
so I think they'll be
this
all right.
racist culture so that justice might prevail. His life was given. We in the Christian culture know God had to give his son to die to bring salvation to the world. And so this mother knows that her son was on a mission, and his life has been given to bring correction, to make sure that justice happens, that our children are safe in the streets and in the schools and driving.
Dude.
We thank you, God. We thank you,
Bro,
Lord,
Memphis is one of the
for
most
Tyree,
dangerous cities in the
justice
country,
for
and it's not
Tyree,
because of the police
comfort for his
officers.
family,
Look at the
comfort for
stats.
his mother
Let's see.
and father, comfort for his family, comfort for his brothers and sisters, comfort, Lord, strengthen, give peace, but let change come. Let change come to this city, nation, and world. Let change come. Let there be peace on earth.
They need to be walking through their own neighborhoods and trying
Russia
to
and
get change to
Ukraine,
come.
but in the city and
Actually,
streets of Memphis,
they want the
Tennessee.
government to change their people for the better somehow.
Appoint an investigative committee to move forward with police reform, and thank you, God, that the police chief was sensitive and moved forward. We thank you for Chief David moving, and now we have a blueprint for action going forward in our city, state, nation, and world. And all of the people of God said in one voice for this family, amen, amen, and amen. Come on, give God some praise for this family, this mother and this father, and for Attorney Ben Crump.
Okay. The funeral will be 10:30 on Wednesday, and Bishop Mississippi Boulevard Church, Dr. J. Lawrence Turner is the pastor of that church. Reverend Al Sharpton will deliver the eulogy, and they're asking for all members of the clergy, both black and white, to come out and show unity for this family and this community. Thank you.
Tonight we're saying to all citizens, let there be peace on earth and peace in the streets of Memphis and Shelby County. Thank you so very much.
What if he means that though? Or if just secretly he's kind of like, go get 'em, boys. Oh, look, they got a white dude. He's hugging a white dude last minute. That helps. Who is that? Is that... That's not the mayor, is it? No, he's actually a black dude. He's super light skinned. Actually, I think... The hair... yeah, it's hard to tell. There's some white people there, media, and watching it though. That's a good sign. Dude, I will see, man. Oh, we got. This is this guy.
For Tyree Nichols. Justice. You're going to hear from a great lawyer who fights for civil rights all across America, who I'm so proud to fight with yet again on the front line. My brother, Attorney Tony Ramanucci, will greet you.
Oh, he's Italian.
And then we will continue on with the press conference.
Interesting.
Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. I do have a few points to cover with you today. We were just here before you a few days ago. But we have to lead from the top because I really do want to talk to you a little bit about these criminal charges, the gravity of the criminal charges, and what it means not only to these officers but to this city, state, and our country. Remember, this supposedly emanated from a traffic stop which turned deadly. And we talked about what we saw in the video when we were here before you Monday, that some of them were unmarked squad cars. These were not all officers in uniform, only partially.
Oh, wow.
Of them were. You can call this the Scorpion Unit, if that's what you want to call it.
Oh, but they were still on the
really
job.
Are, because I do happen to have subject matter expertise on these cases. These are suppression units. These are saturation units. And what they really turn out to be are oppression units.
What does that mean?
And what they do is they wind up oppressing the people that we care about the most.
Unit.
Our children, our young sons and daughters.
Is this something new they have?
Who are black and brown because they are the most vulnerable. Make no mistake, Tyree Nichols at all times was an innocent victim.
What is a saturation unit?
He did nothing wrong. He was
Barbara,
caught up in a
still here?
mistake. This Scorpion unit was designed to saturate under the guise of crime fighting, and what it wound up doing instead was creating a continual pattern and practice of bad behavior.
Okay, this says a saturation patrol is a police military patrol tactic wherein a large number of officers are concentrated in a small geographic area. Okay, well, there's probably a reason for that. Like, if you go to that geographic area's crime rate, it's probably black. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's a chart that goes from like green to red. Well, I bet there it's red here. I bet there it's black. It like goes further into the spectrum or whatever, like darker. It gets so red that it's like maroon or something. You know what I mean? Probably. I wasn't trying to be an ass by saying it's black. But everybody knows Memphis is mostly black. By far, mostly black. And like that's for most of Memphis, but there are still pockets of Memphis that are much worse. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, there are projects in Memphis that only have one entrance in and out of them. And I've been trapped up in one of those once. They tried to get me. They tried to pull me out of my car in one of those once. And I ended up getting out, had to drive over the curb and shit. Fucked my car all up. But they were coming at the car with bats and shit. I guess they weren't in a murder mindset that night. They just wanted to beat the shit out of some white boys. It's like, there are neighborhoods like that in Memphis, and I've witnessed it firsthand. I've had experience with it. So, like, miss me with that shit. It's not a safe place. So if they feel the need to concentrate officers in that area, there's probably a reason for it. And he's like, well, no, there's no reason for that ever. It's what he sounds like.
As Ben told you, there are others who are out there who have had similar experiences. And I will dare say that when we get all the records that we need, that we will see a significant delta, a disparity between the use of force of the Scorpion unit and that of the regular Memphis Police Department, and statistically on average across the country. And that is because these saturation units are given whispered impunity. Ben said it, not immunity, but whispered impunity in order to carry out their design. They can't collect guns. They can't find stolen cars.
Check this out. I just want y'all to do. Reports show that 4 days ago, there are an average of 1,900 reported cases of violent crime per 100,000 people in Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis has the highest violent and property crime rate in the country. Well, there's that little tidbit. Is he talking about that? Is it the cops' fault?
Unless they unwittingly trap innocent people in this web.
Oh, they're innocent. Oh, they're all innocent of the violent
We are
crimes.
asking Chief Davis
Of
to
course,
disband
they're
the
always
Scorpion
innocent.
unit effective immediately.
I'm a proponent for civil rights,
Scorpion
dude, but
unit
sometimes
has now been corrupted. It cannot be brought back to center with any sense of morality and dignity, and most importantly, trust in this community. How will the community ever trust a Scorpion unit? And that's what we are asking for. The intent was good. The end result
hold up.
was a failure.
Does anybody trust the cops regularly? Do you just trust the cop? What if a cop knocks on my door? The first thing I think is, oh shit, don't answer it. That's the first thing I think. When I see a cop knocking on my door, I think, don't answer it. I don't think, maybe he's going to help me. I'm sorry, this is the world I live in.
And we must recognize that and do something about it. And I call on
unless he seems like he's helping me for real,
to review their
like, sir, you gotta get out. The place is on fire. Something like that.
SWAT units and disband them because
Maybe
they
then.
can easily become corrupted when they are told, they are whispered in their ear, act with impunity. Now, one of the charges.
It's not a black or white thing with that, is it?
We're going to talk about the second-degree murder. But think about the weight of a kidnapping charge being brought against officers who are wearing a badge, a shield, carrying weapons on their duty belt, acting under the color of law. When has that happened in this country?
Yo! He just busted out with an Alex Glasscock quote.
The Tennessee statute is that it's something that I'm going to give another analogy to. When you think of 9/11, what's the word that comes to mind?
Color of law! You can't give me a
When you
ticket.
think of other heinous acts that have happened in churches across this country, any act of terrorism, what does that instill in you? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the definition that we are dealing with here on this kidnapping charge.
I miss him, dude,
It
a little bit.
is terrorism. It was designed to terrorize the victim.
Hope he's doing alright, man.
This young man, by definition of the law in this state, was terrorized.
Hey, by all means, what this dude
Not by two, but by 5 officers
had done to him is fucked up. Like, I'm not...
actually state that they acted in concert with each other.
I'm not saying
They
it's not.
acted together as
But it's
that
not a
act of
fucking race
whole
thing, dude.
to inflict harm, terrorism, oppression
That's where he's missing me.
of liberty, oppression of
Like, look at the
constitutional rights.
J6ers, man, that have, now they're realizing what the prison system's like.
I just
It's
talked
not
about
race,
all
it's
the
everybody.
charges in nearly one sentence. That is how this case is going to be defined.
If you're poor, it's mostly you. If
This
you're
was
poor,
an intentional act.
poor people.
Once those officers were there, they knew their actions were going to
If they
cause
knew
death.
that that dude would have been rich,
Indeed
they
it
wouldn't
did.
have killed him.
Sadly, it did. We will take questions at the end
Wow.
of this. But
Like, if that would have been a famous rapper in Memphis that they knew of, that wouldn't have happened probably.
This is the
It's
spokesperson
unfortunate.
for civil rights in this country.
But it's like that for white people too, man. If a white dude was hanging out in that same neighborhood
We
acting a
want to
fool,
know, where are the unions?
No.
Where does the Fraternal Order of Police stand on this? We have not heard from you. We want to hear from you. We want to hear you say that what happened to Tyree, what happened to this family, should never, ever happen again. That you condemn the brutality, the savagery, the terrorism, the heinousness, the vulgarity of these actions.
I bet it's bad
And
though,
we should
man.
all stand for that. You don't have to be a police union. We all have to just have a soul and a heart. Thank you.
But it's fucking bad, dude. But at the same time, I bet a lot of people in Memphis are racist against their own because of the crime rate, especially the cops, because they see where the crime's coming from, dude. They see it every day, probably. So they're probably like, damn it, why can't our people start fucking not doing dumb shit and like get off of the streets, stop selling drugs, stop, prostituting or whatever the fuck they're out there doing, dude. Because Memphis is bad, man, and I can imagine those cops might have even been racist against their own, saying the N-word to them, like, whatever. That's kind of what I imagine it's about to be, like, pretty, like, he's saying it's vulgar. They're probably calling him the N-bomb over and over as they're doing it, and it's, I don't know. I'm not really looking forward to seeing it, dude, honestly. Nope. Because if they laid all these people off this fast, it's going to be pretty bad. It's not going to be enjoyable.
Give him a hand as he counts.
See, this guy race baited in his opening speech.
Thank you so much, Pastor Thomas, again for allowing us to
We got another 30 minutes, man, until they come back. Oh, 20 minutes.
I'm Attorney Ben
30?
Corbin, along with Attorney Tony Ramanucci,
It's 30.
Attorney Ernestine Doyce, and Attorney Van Turner, who is also the president of the Memphis chapter of the NAACP. We are proud to represent the family of Tyree
Bro,
Nichols.
see, having him there alone makes it a race thing.
Of course, is Bishop
Right?
Williamson, who has been a steady faith leader for us in this ordeal, as well as
NAACP,
Kareem
dude.
Ali, who is a Memphis native, who is my investigator, but also is a person in the community who, even before the video came out, the community activists.
He's a person in the community.
that something isn't right
Prestigious.
about this. So I want to thank all those community activists and all those community people who stood up for justice even before.
Is he a
we showed
professional
up, even before
person in the
camera
community?
showed up. I think they deserve a big round of applause.
He just stands on the corner. What's in your pocket?
And we have the SCLC president here as well.
Wow, these chicks always walking up to
And
you.
obviously we have the people most affected by this tragedy who are showing such grace under these tragic circumstances. That is the stepfather of Tyree Nichols, Mr. Rodney Wells, and the mother of Tyree Nichols, Miss Robin Wells. We can never applaud you
I bet they
enough
wish they would have
for
paid
your
more
grace
attention
and
to their
dignity
boy.
throughout this. So, what are we here for today?
A little bit.
At this hour, we're here to give
Had they,
our
he might not be
reaction
dead right now.
to the charges that were
It's a
announced
two-way
by
street on this one, dude.
District
I don't
Attorney
think he was
Mulroy
exactly the nerdy,
yesterday,
sciencey, like, math whiz kid. Didn't feel like it.
give remarks in anticipation.
Doesn't feel like he was on the right path. And they have a lot to do
the
with
last
it.
documentation
Everything.
of Tyree Nichols alive on this earth.
And they're not accepting any guilt at all over it, probably. It's all the cops, because that's easy.
Charges. And we applaud the district attorney for bringing charges against the 5 officers for second-degree murder, aggravated assault, aggravated kidnapping, official misconduct, and
Kidnapping?
official oppression. Very important
Oppression?
charges against these 5 officers. As Pastor Thomas refers, sometimes I'm referred to as Black America's Attorney General. justice. So let me be exceedingly clear on this point. When we look at how these 5 black officers who were caught on camera committing a crime, and when we look at how fast the police chief and the police department terminated them, and we look at how swiftly the district attorney brought charges against them in less than 20 days, then we want to proclaim that this is the blueprint going forward for any kind, any officers, whether they be black or white.
The blueprint. It depends on the situation, though, dude.
We gotta wait 6 months.
And this is Memphis, so you can't say the whole country is going to do this all of a sudden. Constitutional republic.
And the crime. No more can you tell us that anymore. Because with these 5 black officers, you all moved it swiftly. And
oh my God. That's what he's doing. Oh, I see now. I see now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's a fucking... it's a way to twist it and get the people pissed off that they're firing them, the blacks, so quickly, and they don't fire the whites that quickly. It's another way to get everyone pissed off and want to riot, dude. It's just an added ember to the fire, added fuel to it. Like, why would he do that? He's an asshole. That's why he's getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to be an asshole. And he's powerful.
it was important for the community that they took swift action and that justice moved swiftly against these 5 officers who happen to be African American.
Dude,
well,
I need to look something up. Alright, police for Memphis. Statistics, demographics. Okay, here we go. 2,605 employees. 13% only. Oh wow, that I wasn't expecting. I figured it'd be way higher than this. Actually, wow, only 13% of the Memphis police force. Damn it, dude. That's not good. That's not good for riots. That's a little rioty right there. You know what I mean? I was hoping this to be like closer to 50%, or maybe even like 70 or something. You know what I mean? Way more blacks than whites in that police force, because then it would be like, well, bro, they're gonna be black. You know what I mean? Of course, but man, he's gonna be able to get them on that. It's like a check. Like he's got a, you know, he moved a chess piece on that one. Damn. Oh, well, they might need to start hiring more black police officers for one, especially since if you look at the numbers for Memphis, census. So look at this. Memphis by race: white Americans 200,000, black Americans 400,000. So you know what I mean? They're not. The ratio isn't right. They should have as many, like a closer, more black people, at least 50-50, right, on the police force, since it's way more than 50 to 75 or 80 to 20% or something for 30. I'm not doing math very well right now, but you get it. Plus you got the Hispanics and Asians in there. But yo, I feel like they're getting kind of shortchanged on the police force in Memphis, and he's going to be using that to get them pissed. Like it's all part of it. Yeah, I don't know why they're not more properly represented in like, cause isn't that how it should work? They should be like that. Like they should be proportionally represented in the police force. It is as close as can be, but not that. That's a skewed number that makes it look like the whites are controlling the blacks in Memphis. It really does look like that. Now, I didn't have any idea it was that number was that far off. That's
white officers. We think it's also important to the community that there's swift action and that we move swiftly to justice. I mean, because let's be honest, let's think about it. This is not the first time that we saw police officers committing crime and engaging in excessive, brutal force against black people in America who were unarmed. But yet, we have never seen swift justice like this. Think about it. Laquan McDonald in Chicago, Illinois. Attorney Ramanucci, what was that, over a year? 14 months.
Was it as bad, though?
On day one. Think about the video of Eric Gardner in Staten Island, New York. How long it took.
I don't think they're going to be as bad as the one we're about to see, dude.
All these cases,
That's all.
Sterling, Silky, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana, on video. Think about Pamela Turner, Houston, Texas, killed
I don't
on
recognize
video.
these names, dude.
Took years for them to bring charges in her case, even though they had the video day one. Think about Ronald Green in Louisiana. I mean, had that video for day one, took over a year to bring charges against them. I mean, so many, man, my God. Think about 14-year-old Tamir Rice on video. And why justice didn't move swiftly for any of these
I don't think
black
they're
people
as
when they were killed by
brutal.
white police officers. So we have to make the point exceedingly clear. We now have the blueprint, America, and we won't accept less going forward in the future. We won't have black officers treated differently than white officers. We want equal justice under the law. Tyree deserved it, Tamir Rice deserved it, Ronald Green deserved it, Alton Sterling deserved it.
There needs to be more black officers in Memphis, period. There aren't enough. They need to equal that shit out.
I mean, he was killed for riding a bicycle while black in Las Vegas on video. And yet the investigation is still going on over a year. And so we have a precedent that has been set here in Memphis. And we intend to hold this blueprint for all America from this day forward.
I bet the white cops are getting away with shit in Memphis, dude. I bet they are. But just looking at the number difference.
Now, also,
there's some racist dudes up in there. Gotta be.
Man, we're grace and dignity for Rovon, Tyree's mother. She said previously that she feels God used her son as an assignment. And Bishop Williamson, even though it's very, very painful, and God knows this is tragic, but she believes God used her son as an assignment. Amen. And her and Mr. Wells said this assignment is for reform. Reform that we can try to prevent some of these hashtags of black and brown people being unjustly killed by police. That we can create a Tyree law.
Dude, he calls it separation every time he says black and brown. He doesn't just say people getting killed by police. Is it that hard?
Emphasize the importance of police officers, President Turner, to have a duty to intervene when they see crimes being committed, even if those crimes are being committed by their fellow officers. That would be
That's why they need more black officers.
that we give Tyree Nicholson.
Because they'll tell on each other quicker.
We
Because
want justice
like
for justice. It's not
they'll
just
want
justice
there to be
for
less racism towards
one
black people,
family. It's justice
possibly
for
more
all
than
of us. That's
the
what
white
Rovon
cops
is
that
praying
are
for.
already
She wants reform.
KKK in their asses
We
off.
want this
I don't
duty
fucking
to
know.
intervene to become
Usually more black cops,
Tyree's
though.
law. Just like they have
It's not right.
Carry-on Horn's law in the state of New
Too
York.
lopsided.
And for those of you who don't know that, sister, as me and attorney Maggie Murdaugh talked this morning, Carrie-Ann Horn was a black police officer. She witnessed one of her fellow officers.
They don't want the white people getting too
brutalizing
scared.
A black citizen.
Probably.
And she
All the old white people
intervened
freak out.
and stopped him. And got assaulted herself when she tried to stop him. But because she intervened, she was retaliated against, and she was terminated and had to fight almost a decade-long battle to get justice because they had no duty to intervene for police officers before her courageous act.
How much is that?
And the issue is
Bling, bling.
we have to make it official. We have to make it documented. We got to put it on the books. We have to have notice that police officers, you have a duty to intervene
22,000.
when you see a crime being committed. You expect the people to say something. Well, why don't y'all show us how to do it? You all go first when you see a crime being committed. And then people in our community will feel a lot more safe when they go intervene and say, we saw a crime. When you want us to tell what we saw, well, you tell what you saw too. Amen? And so this is what Miss Rovon and Rodney and Jamal and Kiwana and Michael, his siblings, that's what they want. They want reform with these charges. Now, before I bring Attorney Tony Ramanucci up to give some remarks,
Dude, they're
before we bring the
not
family,
emailing me.
we want to underscore
problem.
just two more points. Number one, the fact that this unit had engaged in this type of brutality before. This unit had engaged in excessive use of force against black citizens before. And Attorney Ramanucci and I plan to make sure that is pointed out in a civil case on behalf of Tyree Nichols. Because as citizens have reached out to us and the family about this happened to them. There's a brother who said 4 or 5 days before this happened to Tyree, that same Scorpion unit confronted him while he was in his car going to get pizza. And he said that they used all kind of profanity against him. They threw him on the ground, talking about where the drugs and where the weapons, and he was like Tyree, put a gun to his head. And this brother, after he survived this ordeal, he said he called to the police department twice to Internal Affairs, twice. And they never responded to him.
Why does anybody have it on video?
If they would have responded to him, we might not be here today. And so that's why
Happened
we
in the middle
plan
of the
on
night or
making
something
sure
because he was
any
selling dope.
citizen in Memphis
What's really going on?
had to face the brutality
Doesn't sound
of this
like that was the middle of
Scorpion
the day,
organized
though.
crime unit, I guess as they're
If somebody would have caught it on video if it was in the middle of the
We
day.
had an older gentleman, right, Mr. Reed, 66 years old, said he was confronted by this
Why
unit
wasn't it on
and he
video
was
then?
brutalized.
Nobody has
And
it on
he had
video?
pictures
Oh,
of
is
his
that-
injuries.
Oh, his injuries.
so-
Okay, that's not the same.
It was foreseeable. It was foreseeable that something tragic like this was
Somebody
going
needs
to
to get on
happen.
video, man.
When you have police officers giving, as Attorney Ramanucci and our legal
They
team
could even
discussed
set the
not
cops
just
up.
immunity,
Get them to do it to
but
somebody.
impunity
It's recorded.
to trample on the constitutional
Then
rights
people will believe it.
of people who look a
They're
certain
getting beat up anyway.
color, who
Send
live
one
in
in
a
there for the
certain
team.
community. And so
It's
we
common
believe
fucking
that this
sense,
was a
ain't it? Why don't they have it on
practice.
fucking video if it's happening so
And
much?
Tyree is dead because
Fuck, it's all
that
somebody just
pattern of
left. I
practice
feel like I need to yell a
went
little.
unchecked by the people who were supposed to check that. And I think we're so thankful to Chief Davis. Now, her leadership through this ordeal should be applauded as an example for other police chiefs and leadership. But we agree with her when she says policy means nothing if you have a culture.
They're
If that
pushing
culture
for
is
it.
rotten, you can make all the policy in the world because the culture does not respect policy. We have to make sure that the culture not only respects the policy, but the culture respects the community. And that is what we have to do if we're going to give Tyree Nichols the proper legacy. And then finally, we think about, as Ms. Rovan said, they came to her house and they told her she couldn't go to the hospital. And it wasn't until 4 a.m. in the morning that the doctor called her. They told her that her son had been pepper sprayed and tased and that he was nearby. Never told them where they were at. And so we believe that we cannot allow anybody to ever cover up crimes against our loved ones in our community. It happens far too much in America. And we have to have this conversation over and over and over again until it stops. We have to talk about this institutionalized police culture that has this unwritten law that you can engage in excessive use of force against black and brown people. We have to have this conversation because this institutionalized police culture that suggests you can do this to people in certain communities who look a certain way cannot be tolerated.
It's not because they act a certain way.
It doesn't matter if the officer is a black officer, a Hispanic officer, or a white officer. It is the culture that allows them to think they can do this to Tyree, that they can do this to Keenan Anderson in Los Angeles, California, that they can do it to Byron Williams in Las Vegas. I mean, to come and attack a black man just for riding on a bicycle. It is the culture. And we have to call out this culture every time we get a chance. We gonna call it out? Call out the culture.
We gonna call it out now. We gonna call it out. We gonna call it out. We gonna call it out. We gonna call it out.
We have to call out the culture. And that has to be the conversation. Or those hashtags will continue to pile up quicker than we can keep them. And the only way, this is just the first steps to getting justice for Tyree Nichols. The only way we get full justice for Tyree Nichols is the institutionalized police culture that is on trial today. And the only way we get justice for Tyree Nichols is if we call out this institutionalized police culture so we can get full justice for Tyree Nichols. Justice for Tyree Nichols.
Looks like he's her bodyguard.
For Tyree Nichols. Justice for Tyree Nichols. Justice for Tyree Nichols. Justice for Tyree Nichols. Justice for Tyree Nichols. Justice.
His His mustache is next level, dude.
Thank you all. Now you're going to hear from a great lawyer who fights for civil rights all across America.
All right, we saw him already.
I'm so proud to fight with yet again on the front line.
Skipping around it, dude. Oh my gosh, what happened?
We're there.
You're going to see
Waiting on him to start.
Nichols is
That's all.
calling out for his mom. He calls out 3 times for his mother. His last words on this earth is Mom, Mom, Mom.
Oh, that's
I mean,
wild.
he's screaming for
That's
her.
wild that people
And
do
when
that.
you think about that kidnapping charge,
George Floyd did that too.
he said, I just want to go home. I mean, it's a traffic stop, for God's sake.
Damn, it's gonna be a bad video with that mom.
A simple traffic
Bro.
stop. He's kidnapped for a simple traffic stop? I mean, yeah, this is such an important case. Such an important case. And I continue to think about people like Terrence Crutchett, people who, for simple things, having car trouble, and they end up dead when they encounter the police. Corey Jones, having car trouble, when black people have simple encounters with police, they end up dead. We don't hear about these things with our white brothers and sisters. We don't see the videos.
No, it happens sometimes with
doing
whites.
the most with white citizens when they're routine, simple matters. And that's why we got to continue to speak to this police culture in America. It does get emotional because I know what you're all about to see, America. And as much as those 5 officers killed Tyree Nichols, it was the police culture in America that killed Tyree Nichols. So you're going to hear from our civil rights leader here in Memphis. He's standing with many other great civil rights leaders, the SCLC, and I know the National Urban League is also a great presence here in Memphis. But we want to introduce to you one of our co-counsels who is a great civil rights.
I bet there are people that are hoping that there's riots in Memphis tonight so that they can go get some shit. There has to be. There always is, man. There's always those people that are like chomping at the bit to go bust some windows with or without something happening. Yeah, there might be some shit broken tonight.
My name is Van Turner, and I'm here for justice for Tyree. I can really go take my seat after that. It's really that simple. There's not much else to say. We know the video will be horrific. We know that this happened at Ross and Rains. I just found out that this was in an area that I represented as a county commissioner, and part of what we did on the commission was put skycop cameras up in that community to help combat crime. Little did we know we would be combating this type of criminal behavior as well. Isn't that something? We put skycop cameras up to assist the police in fighting crime in our community, and yet they come and commit the very same crimes that we're trying to fight against. But glory be to God that a skycop camera was there to catch what happened. And so we want to again stand with this family. I'm here with my cohort, Vicky Terry. She's the executive director. We fight together for the cause of the NAACP. Know that President Derrick Johnson has sent his regards. He has sent his soldiers down from the national office of the NAACP to stand next to this family. Know that the NAACP national organization is standing with this family, and we will fight to the end. We will fight with Attorney Ben Crump. fight with Push, and we will fight with all those who are seeking justice for Tyree. We want to thank Pastor Thomas for opening this church up again. Y'all thank Pastor Thomas. Give him a hand. We want to thank all those who are here fighting for justice for Tyree. I was at the candlelight vigil last night, and it was such a beautiful look. All of Memphis came together. Folks who you wouldn't think could come together came together in support of this family. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to stand united. We're going to peacefully protest, but we're going to protest. We're going to make sure that policy is put forth and implemented correctly, and we're going to make sure that Tyree Nichols did not die in vain. We're going to make sure that he not die in vain. We're going to keep fighting for him. We're going to keep fighting for this family. Y'all pray for this family. Y'all pray for our city. Tonight will be one of the toughest nights that we've ever experienced in this city. But we will get through it. We will get through it.
I can't find the
Let's
area.
stick together. Let's fight together. Justice for Tyree! Justice for Tyree!
About it.
Justice for Tyree! Thank you very much.
Ms. Vicky Tyler, Ms. Vicky
Oh,
Terry,
wow.
Executive Director of the NAACP, want to say a brief word.
Good morning, all. And I just wanted to let Ms. Wells know she is not alone as a mother. I am a mother, and I stand here with you, Ms. Wells, proclaiming that there will be a Tyree Nichols law in Memphis, Tennessee. If there is anything that I am saying this today, we will fight together. We will support Ms. Wells and the Tyree Nichols family. I was listening to her this morning, and as a mother, my heart was breaking right along with yours, Ms. Wells. I was in tears all morning because of what is going on in this city, because of what happened to Tyree Nichols. Ms. Wells, I want to say thank you for birthing Tyree, because he is the individual that is going to turn this city around. And as Attorney Crump said, Memphis is the blueprint for what is going to happen across the country. Thank you so much. Ms. Wells, we are here for you. As a mother, I am here. And I promise to do what I said that I'm going to do, and that is to make Tyree Nichols a law in this city. Thank you.
We'll see what happens. Horseback section.
And they bring the jury.
Yeah, there's going to be someone that throws a brick, probably, I'm thinking. And then it could be a domino effect depending on how the weather is and how bad the video is. They still don't have legal weed in Tennessee. This is a problem. They're more than likely going to be drunk watching that video. That's real. That's a dangerous combination. Poverty, drunk, and watching that video is going to be, yeah, oh man, hopefully not, but Rivers is already hurting. Like, ain't nobody trying to move there already, you know, it's too dangerous. Just had that dude drive around town shooting people.
Right,
that other
you.
person
You may proceed.
kidnapped that jogger.
Your Honor.
They've had a bad year. That was like all in a week. What in 2 weeks?
I think we left off talking about some items in the feed room.
That's right.
That being items 17 and 14. that you had cut open earlier. Item 14 is in that bag. Yes. And item 14 is the pellets from the feed room floor that you collected.
Yes, that's right.
And how do you know that that item contains those pellets?
It's my handwriting on the envelope and the description of what I collected with the date, time, and my initials, and my initials and the date on the seal tape.
Okay. And does that item appear to have been opened or tampered with since you collected it?
It was opened by I believe, the firearms examiner.
Okay. And then item 17.
Yes.
So he's already rocking. He's not even looking at videos. I'll look up the area that it happened. Apparently it's like East Memphis. It's not even an area that I would think to be that hard. It's on the, like, closer to the boonies kind of Memphis. When I was going towards Collierville, Charleston Range. It's like close to Mississippi. I'll show you.
This time our offer State's Exhibit 20, the pellets from the feed room floor, and State's Exhibit 18, the swabs from the door of the feed room into evidence.
Says the defense.
Sorry, no objection.
Charleston Range.
All right, Agent Whirley, let's move on to Matt. Did you have a chance to observe her body?
I did.
And where was it located?
She was just past the workshop overhang near the doghouse.
And when you first got out there, could you see her body or was it covered?
It was covered with a pink sheet.
What's the deal with using pink sheets at crime scenes?
I'm going to show you States 52,
Matches
States
blood, I
Exhibit
guess.
50, States 48, and States 47.
I started off
You
white.
can take a look at those and tell us what, in general, they just depict.
These were photos of Maggie, the way she appeared when we arrived on scene, still covered with the pink sheet.
And are those true and accurate depictions of the crime scene where Maggie Murdaugh was found when you were out there?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibits 52, 50, 48, and 47 as evidence.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to these, but I think we need to go through this process, at least on two of them, to have them submitted under seal and a placeholder put in effect. Am I wrong about that?
Bro, he just busts out crying. I think he did it, dude. He was too fucking clean.
States 52 through 48 and 47
He's guilty.
into evidence.
Says the defense.
No objection.
I can't get past him being that clean after coming across his kid and wife slain.
On seal states Exhibit 50 due to its graphic nature, and I'll prepare that placeholder.
He would have tried to resuscitate if he wanted. He would have. Oh man.
Agent Corley. This is
Like
State's
he would have done
Exhibit
something.
47.
Got some blood on him.
If you could kind of describe that to the jury.
Too clean.
That's a photo showing Maggie's body lying on the ground with the sheriff's office canopy over her, looking toward the overhang for the workshop, and you can see the kennels off to the right.
And these
Well, we should
pictures are
stop
kind of
petting
hard
himself.
to see on the screen. Is Paul's body also in that shot?
You can sort of see the pink sheet that's over him, yes.
Like over in front of the feed room door?
Right.
And then Maggie's is in front of this ATV?
Yes, that's right.
I don't believe his sniffles.
And State's Exhibit 48?
That's looking from a different angle of Maggie, the doghouse in the background, the workshop overhang, and the ATVs to the right.
Another boring witness, another boring witness.
State's Exhibit 52.
Can you get the good ones? Where are the good ones at?
That was after Maggie's body was
Witnesses
removed from the area.
suck. So boring. What is that? That's a body. That's a sheet. Yeah, I saw that. I took that. I took the picture. Yep, that's me. Okay, bye.
This is
Are
on
these
State's
your
50,
boot prints?
submitted under
Whose boot
seal.
prints are these? I don't know whose boot prints are those. You don't know. I feel
Different
that
angle
coming.
of Maggie's
I feel that
body.
one coming.
I believe still covered by the pink sheet.
Who's the boot prints? Nobody knows. Oh, so nobody knows. Nobody knows whose boot prints these are. Okay then. And that's really what they're going at, Ellen. That's their defense. The boot prints don't fit. You find the person with those boots, and you're gonna find the killer.
When you observed Maggie's body, where was she actually, what wounds did you observe?
She was lying face down, her both arms bent at the elbow, her right arm was bent toward her face, her left arm was bent underneath her body, her legs were straight out behind her.
This time I'll publish State Defendants Exhibit 2, which is under seal. Is that how her body appeared to be on the scene?
Yes, that is.
Now, when the body was moved, did you notice anything?
We located another cartridge case on the ground, approximately where her right knee had been.
So she was laying on top of a shell case?
That's right.
All right. And did you collect that item?
Yes, we marked it as marker 7, photographed it, and collected it.
Interesting. Close proximity shot then? For her to be able to land
And
on top?
do you recall
Probably.
what kind of round that was?
It was a 300 blackout.
This is the first I've even heard of that gun, this case. And I looked into them. They're pretty badass guns.
Mr. Burley, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this baggie, and if you can, remove item 7.
But they seem rarer than that. For her to be shot by the blackout that he happened to own and now all of a sudden can't come up with. I mean, I guess someone could have used his gun on his wife and then left with it. But why would they leave with it? Why not just wipe it off and leave it there? If they're going to frame him. Right? Amy has that vibe to it, doesn't it? You know? Wonder if he rocked before any of this, if he was always a rocker. Like his wife would start yelling at him, he'd start rocking like that. I'm sure she probably beat him. Yeah, he was beat. Yeah, she would get home from work and she would beat him. He didn't have any choice.
No objection, Your Honor.
Look how weak he is. I don't know. It's all show for the jury.
Agent for release takes Exhibit 68, Item 7, the 300 blackout recovered under the knee of Maggie Murdaugh. How do you know that is that?
Just my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it. My initials and the date on the seal tape.
And I'm going to show
This rocking because he knows he can do life in prison.
68 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And is that what is that a picture of?
It is item 7, cartridge case, located at marker 7 before we collected it.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate depiction of that casing at the crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move State's Exhibit 61 into evidence.
Is that what you just showed me? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. No objection.
Submitted.
And this is the shell casing here, shell case?
Yes, it is.
And this is a picture of it is located at the crime scene, correct?
That's right.
Now, did you collect some other shell cases while you were out there?
Yes, we did.
And where did you collect those cases? So, in other
And if
words,
we're looking at some of these pictures,
he shot in multiple places. 2 people.
and you see the little yellow placards there. I don't know if we can see them that well on the screen here. What do each of those placards indicate?
Those are the evidence markers that the Sheriff's Office placed on cartridge cases that were on scene. Markers 3, 4, and 5 were all the same 300 blackout cartridge cases.
So, how many blackout cases did we recover from the scene?
Let's see. I believe it was 5.
And did you collect the cases that were at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And that would be items 2 through 6?
2 through 7, yes.
2 through 7. And we already have item 7 up there. So do you have items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 there?
2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And what are items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
They are all cartridge cases, head stamped SNB 300 AAC BLK, collected from markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And in this case, does the item number correspond with the case with where the marker was?
It does, yes.
And can you take a look at these pictures? That's going to be State's Exhibit 60, 62, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, and 54, and also 53. And can you tell us in general what we see in those pictures?
These photos show each of those markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and before we collected the evidence, and also marker 13.
And are those true and accurate depictions of where 300 blackout shell cases were on the scene?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibits 62, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, and 53 into evidence.
Show them to the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
Hey, Texas Farmer, how you doing?
Agent Worley, these shell cases that were collected, did you collect them and put them in these little envelopes?
Yes, I did.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, I'm going to get you to take a look at these cases one more time. This being now marked as State's Exhibit 63. You could tell the jury what that is.
This is a cartridge case, 300 blackout from marker 2.
And how do you know this is the 300 blackout cartridge case that you collected from marker 2?
That's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
What about for State's 64?
The 300 blackout cartridge case that I collected from marker 3. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
State's Exhibit 65.
Cartridge case collected from marker 4, 300 blackout, has my handwriting with the date, time, and initials when I collected it, and the initials, my initials on the seal.
66.
It's the 300 blackout cartridge case from marker 5. It's my handwriting, my date, time, and initials, and my initials on the seal.
And then it states 67.
The 300 blackout cartridge case from marker 6 is my handwriting on the envelope with the date, time, and initials when I collected it, my initials on the seal.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move states 63 through 67 into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Agent Worley, what did you do with these cases once they were collected on the scene?
I sealed them in those coin envelopes that are in there with them. I transported them to the lab at SLED.
And when you got them to the lab at SLED, what did you do?
I transferred most of the evidence from the scene to one of the crime scene lieutenants, Lieutenant Todd Shank.
And does he take those items and put them in some sort of secure location, or what happens to them?
He would have logged them into our database and transferred
Oh my
them.
God, this is such a
wherever they were
boring
going in the
testimony,
lab
dude.
for analysis.
Oh.
Right, I'm going to turn your attention now to what's previously been admitted. It states Exhibit 49, which I believe is admitted under seal. Now, if we take a look at this picture, you can see those yellow placards.
So much time was wasted in court, man.
Placard 2, I believe.
Like, I don't need to hear about the bullets they picked up, do I? Do I need to do that? You don't
Correspond
either.
with
Go do
item
something
2,
else.
which has been marked as Tate 63.
Yes, that's right.
Probably are
And
doing something else.
States Exhibit 53 here. What are we looking at
I
here?
gotta fix my headset. I'm fixing it every
That's that
15
cartridge
seconds.
at marker 2 before we collected it.
And States Exhibit 54.
That's a close-up of the same cartridge case at marker 2.
Leave me the fuck alone, people. Why? I get it. I want emails.
Okay, so marker 2. All right. Then we'll move to States Exhibit 55.
So, markers 3 and 4 are the cartridge cases at those markers before I collected them.
Okay. And I don't know if the jury can see those cases there. Agent Corley, Your Honor, I have permission for Agent Corley to step down and point those 2 cases out to the jurors on this TV here.
Yes.
Oh. Now we got.
Right here is the one at
They're
marker 3.
probably gonna have to do another fucking tour tomorrow.
Marker 4 right here.
Okay. And while you're here, Agent Corley, we'll put up States Exhibit 58. And in that picture, if you could point out any items of interest for us.
These are the cartridge cases at markers 5 and 6.
And
Not sure if I can see the one at 5. The one at marker 6 is right here.
Okay. And States Exhibit 59 is a close-up there of,
Yes, this is the cartridge case at marker 5.
all right, Agent Corley, if you can take your seat, please. Thank you. Okay. States Exhibit 66.
Yes.
And then let's go back here to States Exhibit 58. Also in that picture, does it look like we might have some brain matter and some hair in that picture?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 56.
It's the cartridge case at marker 3 before I collected it.
And then State's Exhibit 64 is the actual shell case that was collected.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 57.
That's the cartridge case at marker 4 before I collected it.
And State's Exhibit 65.
Yes,
So that's the actual case that was collected.
it is.
And then finally here we have State's Exhibit 60.
That's the cartridge case at marker 6 before I collected it.
And what is also in that picture?
It's possible brain matter.
And State's Exhibit 67.
Yes, that's the same cartridge case.
That's the cartridge case that was collected.
Right.
Now, also, was there some kind of defect or something in the gravel that y'all inspected?
Yes, at marker 13 that the sheriff's office had placed, there was a disturbance in the gravel area that we dug into that area. We presumed it was a bullet strike where a bullet had hit, so we dug into that area.
And did you find anything when you were looking?
Yes, we found several metal fragments.
And Agent Corley, what did you just remove from this baggie from the crime lab?
These are the metal fragments that I collected from in the ground at marker 13.
And how do you know those are the metal fragments you collected?
They look familiar. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Thank you. Agent Worley, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of bullet fragments at the crime scene?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's Exhibit 62 into evidence.
Okay.
You admit it?
And also for ID purposes only, State's Exhibit 102, the bullet fragments.
Okay.
It's admitted for ID only.
And Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 62. You could tell the jury what is on that placard there.
Those are the metal fragments that we collected from the ground at marker 13.
All right, so what else did you see around Maggie's body while you were investigating the scene?
There was in the doghouse, the side that was facing her, there was appeared to be a bullet defect in the side of the doghouse.
Okay. Was there an ATV parked under that shed?
Yes, there were two.
Did you notice anything about the ATV?
There's appeared to be suspected biological material on the front of the ATV, sort of low down on the front of it.
And where was that ATV in relation to Maggie's body?
I believe it was off near her left side.
I showed you State's Exhibit 49. Would that be the ATV?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And on the front of that on the ATV, there appeared to be tissues, you said?
Yes.
All right, now you mentioned the doghouse. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 75, 74, and 73. How do you recognize those pictures?
These show the front of the doghouse and then the projectile that we collected from a dog bed that was inside the doghouse.
Are those true and accurate depictions?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's Exhibits 75, 74, and 73 into evidence.
72, no objection.
Along with Exhibit 72. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 72. If you could tell the jury where that doghouse you were talking about is that in that picture?
It is. It's more in the background of that picture.
And again, these pictures are kind of hard to see here. It would be in this area right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes, that's it.
And State's Exhibit 73.
That's the front of the doghouse.
Okay, then State's Exhibits 74.
That was the projectile that was in the bedding of that dog bed that we recovered.
And then State's Exhibit 75.
And that is the projectile that we collected from the dog bed.
And I believe that projectile may be in this bag you have here. Is that item 12?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how do you know item 12 is that projectile?
It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Okay. Do you know anything else about that projectile besides that it's the one that you collected from the doghouse?
No.
Your Honor, the state would move the item number 12, State's Exhibit 76, into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And Agent Worley, this would be State's Exhibit 76.
Yes, that's it.
Round collected from the doghouse.
That's right.
All right, now, after you had went out to the crime scene, did you make a diagram to kind of, piece together the evidence where you could see everything and how it kind of relates to each other?
I did. On scene, I do a rough sketch showing where evidence was located, where the victims were located. I take measurements to show where things are in relation to each other.
And when you made that diagram, is it to any kind of scale?
No.
Okay.
Your Honor, this time the state would move State's Exhibit 77 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
Permission to publish. Hey, Agent Forley, is this the diagram that you created after being out there on the crime scene?
That's the final diagram I created with a computer, yes.
Your Honor, may Agent Worley step down to kind of go through the diagram with the jurors? Thank you.
Dude, both my
All right,
rent,
Agent Worley, if you could just kind of
who
walk
I
the
pay,
jurors through the
who
crime
I pay
scene
rent to,
this
and
diagram.
the
We have
home seller has called me. They haven't left messages
Maggie
though.
Murdaugh here, Hall,
Something's
just
in the
outside
works,
of the
man.
feed room.
I don't know, dude.
Markers.
No emails, no messages. Just
Markers,
they want to talk to me.
Marker 1 and markers 9 and 10 inside the feed room.
Could be good.
And then we had markers 2, 3, 4,
Pretty bad.
5, 6,
I'm on the edge of my
7
seat right now, I'll be
underneath the
honest.
right knee. 8 tire impressions in the dirt underneath this overhang. Marker 12 was suspected biological material. And then marker 13 where we dug the metal fragments out of the gravel.
Okay, thank you, Agent Worley.
Every time I talk, I lose people. I'm not allowed to talk on my stream. I just have to sit here and listen to
Now, you
markings
just mentioned
and bullet
some
casings.
tire impressions being here at item 8. What do you know about those?
They went straight through where the overhang was, went from one end to the other.
Did you do any kind of analysis on those tire impressions?
We photographed them with examination quality photographs on scene. I never had any, test impressions of any tires to compare them to do actual comparison in a report, no.
And why was that? Why didn't you do any analysis on the tire impressions?
We concluded basically the gentleman who took care of the dogs, I forget his name, he parked there regularly and his tires were consistent with the design of the impressions that were there in the dirt.
Okay, so you essentially, they figured out who the tire impressions were.
Right.
And it wasn't necessary for you to do any analysis there.
Yes.
Were you aware of any other tire impressions on the scene that you analyzed?
No.
As far as tire impressions in wet grass go, how would you analyze those?
All I would be able to do with that would be photograph it. That's not going to leave any kind of design characteristics from the tread of the tire in the grass. So I can't really do an analysis, a tire analysis of tire impressions like that.
All right, while you were on the scene, did you receive any items of evidence from Colleton County Sheriff's Office, Barnadoe?
Yes, I did.
And what was that item?
I took custody of a GSR kit and gunshot residue kit that was collected from Alex Murdaugh.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Your Honor, at this time you would move to the next case, Exhibit 13, the GSR kit that Agent Worley collected from Colleton County Sheriff's Office, Barnadoe.
Okay.
Get it?
Okay. Also, in the course of your investigation, did you gather some items of evidence from SLED agent Katie McAllister?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when did you collect those items from her?
On June 9th.
Okay. And what were those items?
Can I refer to my notes? I took custody of 3 shotguns, a rifle, fired and unfired ammunition, and empty boxes of ammunition.
And what did you do with those items when you took custody of them?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
And all of this would, of course, be recorded on a chain of custody sheet.
That's right, yes.
All right, moving on. All right, really, before we move on, these shotguns you collected, would those have been items 30, 31, 32, 33?
Yes.
Okay, and then you collected item 34, which was a 30-round magazine containing 300 blackout cartridges.
Actually, 33 was the night vision scope on the rifle,
Okay,
and 34 was the rifle.
okay. All right, and then what other items did you collect? With the numbers, please.
Okay. Items 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39, 5 cartridge cases, head-stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK that were collected from the ground at side entrance door.
And then you collect item 40 from Katie McAllister?
Yes.
Okay, and what was item 40?
That was an unfired cartridge, head-stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK, collected from a Remington 20-gauge shotgun shell box from shelving near gun storage rack.
And then item 45?
45 was an empty 20-round box of S&B 300 AAC BLK full metal jacket ammunition collected from the gun storage room.
And then items 46, 47, and 48.
Those were 3 empty ammunition boxes collected from the trash.
then, I'm sorry, what did you say that you did once you received those items from Agent McAllister?
I transported those to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
Okay. Did you testify or do anything with any of that evidence that you collected?
No, I didn't do any of that.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the Chevy Suburban that was on scene the night of the murders. Did you observe that vehicle when you got to the scene?
I did.
Okay.
So I'll stand for a moment.
Damn, they're even falling asleep. Hey, say goodbye. I do want to know what they had. I'm more interested in what they had for lunch today. Actually, I want to know. What do they have? All of them. Especially the judge. Hey, thanks. Glad you're gonna finally be done with the work day. Let's go. I'm getting calls from the people I pay rent to, and the people that are been bugging me with, you know, the people coming and look and shit. So they are not leaving any messages anywhere, though. They, for some reason, don't want to tell me whatever it is through email or through text or through voicemail. It's kind of strange, but it's probably a good thing, right? It's probably a better thing, that because if it was an eviction type situation, they wouldn't mind doing it on email, right? They wouldn't mind sending me a little email notice or something. What do they want to talk for? What do they want to talk for, man? Not to ruffle some feathers. They want to talk all of a sudden. They don't want it on record for some reason. They're not avoiding me. But no, they called me twice today, but they won't leave a message. They only say they want to talk to me. They don't want it on record for some reason. No. They don't want it on record, dude. And I want it on record. It's in my favor to have whatever they have to say put on record.
You still want me to do that one?
That's how I see it, Patty. I have to wait it out.
Projector.
It's the record thing. This is blurry. This is serious now. We're getting into them trying to do some shit to me, I feel. Dude, everything.
All right. Thank you.
That way, get my ass covered.
May it please the court, Your Honor? Okay, Agent Worley, if you don't mind taking a look at State's Exhibits 104, 96,
Right.
97,
That's how I'm thinking.
99, and 93.
It must be in my favor to get whatever they want to say on record. See, in California, we have a two-party rule or law. We're not allowed. I'm not allowed to record your voice. You're not allowed to record my voice, and you can't be used against me anywhere. If you do,
Or
emails, that's a different story.
Exhibits 93, 99, 97, and 96. True and accurate depictions
voicemails,
of
those are
the
different.
Chevy Suburban.
Yes, they are.
And States
They're not doing it for
104,
some
is that a
reason.
true and accurate depiction of some ammunition that you located?
In the other vehicle, yes.
That was located in a white F-250?
That's right.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move States Exhibits 104, 96, 97, 99, and 93 into evidence.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking too, Barbara. So it must be something in my favor to get it in writing, right?
We would also
Thank you, Barbara.
state Exhibit 95 for ID purposes. Agent Worley, if you could open that up and tell us what kind of shell casing or shotgun or shot shell is that item 50?
Can I get scissors?
What happened to our scissors?
Right? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking, Snigger Pie. So it's something
I think they're gone.
recording. I can't. I can't use it even if I do. That's the thing. With California, it won't matter. It's inadmissible anywhere because of the two-party law. So I'm not going to accept a phone call. I'm only going to have whatever they want to tell me on email. I'm not even going to answer the door. They can get the cops to come and get me if they need me. If they don't give me a 24-hour notice that they're coming in, they can't fucking come in. And if they don't give me the notice via email or text or voicemail, get the fuck away. Whatever you got to say, do it on one of those three options. It's really quite simple. The ball's in my court, dude. No, it's in their court. Well, whatever. I got bigger hands. I can palm it. I might even be able to dunk now. I don't know what my jumps are looking like. I'm a tall dude. Top left, fourth video. Oh, that's Israel. You talking about this one? Yeah, Israel bombed the Gaza Strip last night, so...
What is state mark for ID is State's Exhibit 95.
That's why I put it up there.
It's a 16 gauge shot shell, unfired.
A 16 gauge shot shell.
That's right.
Okay. Now I think when it was collected, it was marked as a 12 gauge shot shell.
That's right.
So what happened there?
I just made a mistake. I wrote 12 gauge instead of 16 gauge. It's clearly a 16 gauge.
Okay, and that is the shot shell that was collected from the floorboard of the back floorboard of the Chevy Suburban?
That's right.
Okay, and like you said, it is a 16 gauge instead of a 12 gauge?
That's right.
And it was just marked incorrectly?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 95 into evidence.
Do I know? I don't even talk to them anymore. Now after he lied to me, I don't talk to them now.
As well.
He lied to my face multiple times that day,
The state would
dude.
also move State's Exhibits
Him and the guy
83
that just
into
called.
evidence. And if
It's admitted.
Agent Worley, if you could take a look at State's Exhibit 83.
As long as it's only you and the other person, you don't have to tell. Yeah, I think you have to here, though. It's a specific California thing. All right, Steger, hope to see you again later. Drive safe. For hanging out.
All right. If you could tell the jurors what's in State's Exhibit 93.
That's looking at the scene, the back of the Chevy Suburban there toward the right side.
And what side of the screen did you say the Suburban's on?
The right side.
And the Suburban was on the scene when you arrived, is that right?
Yes.
Now, when did you actually process that vehicle?
The vehicle was towed from the scene the morning of the 8th, and then we returned on the 9th to process the vehicle.
Okay. So on the scene that night, was that vehicle even searched to your knowledge?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And so
I gotta get some more headset. Another headset. This is getting ridiculous.
when you went to search it, what did you do?
We document it with photographs, outside, inside, search for any evidentiary value items. If we locate them, we photograph them and collect them.
Okay. And what did you locate in the rear floorboard of that vehicle?
The 16 gauge shot shell was on the rear driver's side floorboard of the Suburban.
And that would be State's Exhibit 97?
Yes, that's right.
And 96?
Yes.
Did you also process the vehicle to see if there was any blood in there?
We did.
And how did you do that?
We first looked at the vehicle with an alternate light source, see if we can see any indications of any blood in the vehicle. We followed that with a couple of different chemical procedures.
So did you swab some areas in that vehicle?
We did.
Okay. And what areas was that?
If I can refer to my notes again. There were 10 areas total. There's the lock, unlock buttons on the driver's door, the driver's door armrest, the driver's side running board below the driver's door, the driver's floorboard, the front edge of the driver's seat, steering wheel, center of the driver's seat back, the front passenger door above the armrest, the front passenger seat bottom, and the front passenger seat back.
And State's Exhibit 83 is the actual swabs that you took from that vehicle.
Yes, those are.
And were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
All right, see, Barbara, thanks for hanging with us.
Were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
And State's Exhibit 99 is where?
That's the steering wheel of the Suburban.
Later on, what did you do with those swabs that you collected?
I packaged them in separate envelopes, sealed the envelopes, labeled it with the description of what was inside the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and I sealed it. And then before we transferred them to the lab at SLED.
And would you have submitted those to the lab for further analysis for blood?
Yes, that's right.
Later on, did you have another occasion to go back and process the Suburban?
I did, yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
I returned at a later date to retrieve the seat belt from the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay. And why did you want to retrieve the seat belt?
For additional trace and DNA testing.
Okay. And when you retrieved that seat belt, what did you do with it?
It was removed from the vehicle, included the strap, the buckle, the receiver, and then there were some hardware components that we couldn't separate from the seatbelt itself. I packaged it, I believe, in a paper bag to transport it back to the lab at SLED. It would have been packaged additionally inside of a box at the
You don't want to
lab.
listen about more bullet
and submitted
casings
for
and bags?
testing.
Come on, man.
Remove the
Sit
whole
down.
entire seat belt.
Yes.
All right, Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 100, which is a little heavier than you would think for a seatbelt here. Can you tell us if that is the seatbelt you collected?
You want me to open it?
Yes.
All the way?
Gentlemen, having just been jury for a break. Please,
Nobody asked.
Welcome back to Law and Crime as we continue.
Nobody asked for that. Asked for that. What, like, why do they feel like I need that? No. Ow! What was the ASMR part? Sorry, I have to make lunch. I don't have a chef like you, okay? Asshole. I gotta wash my own dishes and everything. Fuck. There's nobody else here, man. Simon doesn't do the dishes. I do all his dishes, actually. Can you believe that? He makes me do all his dishes. Oh, why not? Oh, I forgot to save one today. Oh, I gotta save one. I gotta save one of the Twitch streams before they get deleted. Before they get deleted. They having to say FIFA and shit. FIFA. Okay, I was gonna. Oh, we got a morning meeting that day. On the 29th of November, there was a 1776 a morning meeting. Ah, we're gonna run with that one. Boom. Baby. You dropped the bomb on me. Baby. Got the bomb on here. Dude, the video just came out, actually. It should have. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. 7 minutes ago. President Biden spoke with Nichols' family by phone this afternoon. So the president called. That's interesting. The president called that person's mom, dude. The president. The fucking president, dude. That's a little odd, isn't it? Like, doesn't he have more pressing things to deal with? I would like. I mean, doesn't he? Is there really that little going on in the country right now? at Israel about to go to war with Gaza. And our president's worried about one person that died. I mean, I guess. Is it normal? Dude, I'm just gonna be real. I don't expect the president to call if I died of some brutality. I don't think he would. If I died from police brutality, I don't think the president would call my mom. Do you? Crazy. Like, for most people, he wouldn't, but because they can use this, yeah. That's why he called. Get them votes. Weird. Because he wouldn't gain any votes if he did it for a white person. He would only lose votes probably, because they would be like, oh, why didn't he do it for the black person? Why didn't he call for the black person when it happened to them? Minority always gets like the like a thing. It's a thing. Minority get like what is the word for it? They're coddled in a way. Society coddles them more when something happens. It's more serious when it happens to a minority. It could be a hate crime because it happened to a minority. We automatically go to that now and start pointing fingers and calling them the person saying, like, thinking that, like, oh my gosh, it's getting worse in America. They're breeding. I don't know. What does it matter? It's a hate crime. It's not a hate crime. Like, what's the fucking difference? The guy hated the people if he killed them. You know.
They bring the jury.
Whatever. If he's yelling at them, spewing hatred, he's. They're trying to extinguish hate somehow, I guess. I think they've been trying to do that for a long time. Extinguish hate. But like, there wouldn't be a golden rule if hate wasn't a thing. Laws are made because we're idiots. Rules are made because we're hateful to the core. It feels like you gotta make these rules and like, hey, stop being like that, y'all. Let's love each other. We're gonna love each other. Why do we have to remind each other of that so much? Because hate is natural. So making that go away is probably impossible.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, before we left off with that seatbelt. Were you able to open it up so we can show the jury?
I'm sorry. I wish it wasn't. We're just too crazy, man. Okay, now we're getting to some stuff we can look at finally. But lady, get the fuck out of the way!
Okay, so if you could tell us, what we have there.
The entire seat belt, the strap, the receiver, the buckle.
Kind of stretch it out.
Where it was mounted on the side of the vehicle.
Okay, so that was all removed and submitted to the lab for testing. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Your Honor, the state removes State's Exhibit 100 into evidence.
Your Honor, I thought we agreed to mark these for ID until the person that did any analysis on it testifies. Did I?
Mark for identification at this time.
And if you'll turn your attention to the screen there when you can set that seatbelt down. Y'all also, in addition to doing a search on the Chevy Suburban, you did a search on the white 250 truck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 104. Were those 300 blackouts found in the truck?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where you collected those from?
I believe the center console.
And State's Exhibit 103. You could tell us, is that the 300 blackouts that we're seeing on the screen there that were collected?
Yes.
And how do you know those are the blackouts you collected?
It's my handwriting on the box with the date and time and initials when I collected it. My initials on the seal tape on the box.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit 103 into evidence.
I'm sorry, which?
It's the 300 blackouts that were found in the white F-250 that are projected on the screen.
That's the white 250 Paul's truck left on the side of the road?
Yes.
Okay. No objection.
They're admitted.
Did y'all also process another vehicle, Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
Yes, we did.
Were any items of evidentiary value collected from that vehicle?
The only items we collected are 2 sets of swabs from the interior and 2 sets of swabs from the exterior door releases of the driver's door.
Did you attend the autopsies of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And did you collect any items during the autopsy?
I did.
And what were those?
I can refer to my notes. They were items that were collected during the autopsy that were transferred to me via chain of custody forms. From Maggie, I got clothes, fingernail clippings, projectile fragments.
Okay.
And from Paul, I also got his clothes, fingernail clippings, shotgun pellets, and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head, plastic wadding from left axilla or armpit.
And when you collected those items, what did you do with them?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab for analysis.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you items 66 through 69. Marks takes exhibits 112, 111, 110, and 107. Are those items you collected from the autopsy?
Yes, items I took custody of at autopsy.
And what items are those?
The shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head, the plastic wadding from the left axilla,
Would it help you to open that bag up?
and the projectile fragments from Maggie.
Okay, so if we'll take those items out one by one. Okay, so what is that item there?
This is item 66. Yeah, 66.
Okay, and what is that actually?
That is the projectile fragments that were collected from Maggie at autopsy.
Okay, how do you know that?
That's how it's labeled.
Okay. We'll mark item 66 as State's Exhibit 112. Okay, what else do we have?
The item 69, plastic wadding from left axilla collected from Paul's autopsy.
Okay. We'll mark that item as State's Exhibit 111. Okay.
And then I also have the item 67, 68, shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head collected from Paul's autopsy.
State's Exhibit 110 for the shotgun pellets from Paul's autopsy. Okay. Is there anything else in that bag?
There were two in this.
Pardon me?
It's labeled with 67 and 68, the pellets and the wadding fragment.
Okay, so the pellets and the wadding fragment are both State's Exhibit 110 from Paul Murdaugh, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And what else did you collect here? We got items 70 and 71.
'70 is the left-hand fingernail clippings from Maggie. 71 is the right-hand fingernail clippings from Maggie.
Okay. And those are marked as State's Exhibit 251. And what is that item?
This is a metal fragment that was collected. It was caught on the dress that I collected from Maggie's autopsy. I collected this metal fragment at the lab at SLED.
So you removed that metal fragment from the dress after the autopsy yourself?
Right.
We mark that as State's Exhibit 109.
You continue to lock the deal to two doors.
I apologize, Your Honor. Sorry.
Item 72 is the left-hand fingernail clippings from Paul's autopsy, and 73 is the right-hand fingernail clippings from Paul's autopsy.
Mark as State's Exhibit 252. Then State's Exhibit 113. What does that appear to be?
This was a shotgun pellet that I found among Paul's clothing once I got the evidence back to the lab.
Thank you. And finally, we have State's Exhibit 36.
This is Paul's shoes. You want
I forgot I was on that one. Only one view. I forgot I was on the wrong one.
You can open
I was on the wrong one. We couldn't see everything. I can't watch JJ right now. I really don't care, Snicker Pie. This is my title. This is what I'm covering today. This is on. I'm on this trial. I don't give a shit about Jersey J. He probably wants viewers is why he's losing his shit. And you're helping him. He wouldn't be live losing his shit if he didn't want viewers, would he?
And those are the shoes that you did the inked impressions of, the footwear, to compare to those bloody prints in the feed room?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would admit State's Exhibits 36, 113, 252, 109, 251, 107, 110, 112, and 111 into evidence.
Bro, I can feed him an hour early. He still vacuums his food now.
Identification, but without the chain being completed, we would object to admitting him into evidence.
I'm not even sub to that fucking loser anymore.
Did not have any type of analysis done.
You know, I suspect they all did, but I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe they were all analyzed in some way.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Agent Worley. Also in this case, we just talked about Paul and Maggie's clothing. Did you analyze the defendant's clothing?
I did.
Okay. And I think we said earlier that his clothing was collected from Agent David Owen?
Yes.
And you received that clothing into your custody and submitted it into the SLED lab?
That's right. I took custody of the clothing before we left the scene.
So what kind of testing were you involved in regards to the defendant's clothing?
We processed the T-shirt and the shorts with LCV. It's a presumptive test for blood.
Okay. Now, what is LCV?
Leucocrystal violet is a presumptive test, looks for the hemoglobin component of blood.
So what happens when you put it on something?
If it's reacting to the presence of blood, it's a presumptive positive test, and it'll turn purple.
Can LCV react to other things besides blood?
It can.
Like what?
Bleach, rust, I think are the main ones.
Okay. All right, so when you process the defendant's clothing with the LCV, what did you find?
There were several areas of staining that we had a presumptive positive result, several on the front and a few on the back of the T-shirt.
And what about the shorts?
In the shorts, there were a few on the front and back.
Okay. So when you got that presumptive test with the LCV, what did you do with the shirt then?
We documented the entire process with photographs, starting from taking it out of the package to before we did anything at all with it. We took photographs of the front, the back, the inside, and outside. Once we sprayed it with the LCV and saw all the stains that we saw on it, we rephotographed it again with a scale, without a scale first, then with a scale for each stain. Then we laid the shirt flat and labeled each of the stains with a letter and photographed it again with that letter and a scale in the photograph for each of the stains.
And you did that for the shirt and for the pants?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your analysis goes, after the shirt was processed and shorts were processed with the LCV, did you do any further analysis?
No, I did not.
Okay. And now after something has been sprayed with LCV, what happens to that object?
Over time, any area of the object that came in contact with the LCV will oxidize and the entire thing will be purple.
Okay. So like right now, if you sprayed this paper with LCV and it didn't turn like purplish blue, would it eventually turn purplish blue even though there's no blood on this paper?
Yes.
All right. Let's move ahead to the search of Moselle. Was that property eventually searched by yourself and other agents?
It was.
And when did that occur?
September 13th, 2021.
Okay. And that was several months after the murders took place in June?
That's right.
Okay. And what parts of the area or the residence were searched?
We searched the entire residence. The main focus was the gun room on the first floor.
Okay, so could you kind of, I guess, describe the property and the areas that were searched?
There's the main residence, and then also there was a cabin closer to the kennels that faced Moselle Road, and then also the workshop that was located near the kennels.
Okay. And is the residence a fairly large residence?
It is.
And you searched the entire residence?
Yes.
And you mentioned the focus was on a gun room?
Yes.
And where was that located in the residence?
It's on the first floor.
Did you find any items of interest in the gun room when you searched it?
We did collect several items from the gun room.
Was the workshop area of the residence searched? Out near the kennels?
Yes, near the kennels, yes.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116. Could you tell me if those are pictures taken during y'all's search that day?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions of the search of the residents of Moselle and the workshop area?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, is State's Exhibit 116 a picture of the gun room there?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 117?
Yes.
It appears to have a pool table and a little workout bike in there.
That's right.
And do you recall whether this door in the picture exits to the outside of the house?
Yes, it does.
State's 118. Is that the gun rack in that room?
Yes, it is.
Now, when y'all did the search in September, were any of those guns collected that day?
No.
So these are additional guns to the guns that had already been collected by SLED agents.
That's right.
Was there a lot of ammunition in that room?
There was.
Okay, about State's 119. Is that a box of ammunition?
Yes, it is.
Mixed ammunition?
Right.
In fact, was there this whole bookcase we're looking at over here, was that just full of ammunition?
Yes.
An ammunition bookcase?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 120.
Allowed to have ammunition in here.
That was also on that bookshelf.
Exhibit 121.
Why does she need to point out his ammunition?
Yes.
That is 300 blackout ammunition from this box
That's right.
on the bookcase.
Yes.
And was some of this ammunition collected?
It was.
And you said you also searched the work shed or hangar out near the kennels?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 122. Is that ammunition that was found in the workshop?
Yes, it was in that red bin on the workbench.
Okay. And we see ammunition in a little, like a wire tub, and then in this tray.
Yes.
Specifically in Exhibit 123, what types of ammunition was some of the ammunition that was located?
It was one unfired cartridge, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK. It's the one on the left. And then the 4 unfired shot shells, head stamped 12 gauge Federal.
And item 124.
And those were the boxes of 300 blackout ammunition photographed.
And you said y'all collected some of those for evidence purposes?
Not at this one.
But some of the ammunition that y'all found was collected for evidence purposes, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you for indulgence, Your Honor.
indulgence.
Yeah, but we all know that that's already been proven. Come on, man. Hasn't it already been proven that he had one of those? Why do they have to prove it more that he had one of those? We know he had one of those guns.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They spare the jury
Agent Harley,
time.
if you could take a look at these items and tell us whether these were collected by you that day, if this was some of that ammunition we were just speaking about.
Want me to open that? Yes, these were all collected the day we did that search.
Okay, and where were they collected from?
From the desk in the living room was the cabin that faced Moselle Road. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamp Barnes 300 BLK. One cartridge collected from the desk in the living room of the cabin. One cartridge head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the desk in the living room of the cabin. One cartridge collected from the desk in the living room, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK. One cartridge from the desk in the living room, head stamped Hornady 300 BLK in the cabin. One cartridge collected from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK. One cartridge from Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the bookcase in the gunroom. One cartridge from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. 1 cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. 1 cartridge from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. 1 cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC.
Can she just go away
BLK.
already? Fuck, man.
And 1 cartridge case, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK.
I
from
love
the
spending my
bookcase
whole
in the
day
gunroom.
listening to her rattle off numbers.
And all of those items. Items 147 through 161, which would be states 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 139, 138, 137, 136, 135, 134, 140, 141, and 142. State would move into evidence at this time.
So he had like 8 boxes of ammunition for
All right, we
that
have
gun.
some additional cases that were found.
Here's like a way, so can't they just get the record that he is the registered owner of that gun and he's saying he doesn't have it anymore, and that's part of like how is this like
1 unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
Because he had the ammo, he had to have done it.
149.
1 unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from red bin on workshop bench.
States 150.
He did it anyway because he's too plain.
1 unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from the red bin on the workshop bench.
This is why I don't like watching these things, dude.
That'll be states 148.
A bunch of this.
1 unfired shot shell from nightstand in Paul's bedroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
States 147.
1 unfired shot shell from Kent box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
Like imagine all the time that went into cataloging all these and putting them in
1
the
unfired shot
packaging
shell
and
from the state box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
That's 145.
1 unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from red bin on the workshop bench.
That would be states 144.
And another unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from the red bin on the workshop bench.
That would be states 143. Your Honor,
So
the
we
state
had
will move these
bullets
items,
everywhere.
exhibits into evidence at this time.
Any objection? No objection. You're admitted without objection.
What else do we have there, Agent Corley?
more bullets, hopefully.
One cartridge case, head stamped S&B 300 BLK from the Sable and Oak bag in the gunroom.
So this states 126 is from the gunroom. Okay.
One cartridge case, head stamped Hornady 300 BLK collected from black Ford F-150 under the driver's seat.
Would be states 127. The state would move states 126 and 127 into evidence. States Exhibit 126, 300 S&B 300 blackout, and 127 is a Hornady 300 blackout. States Exhibit 127 is from the black Ford F-150 under the driver's seat from a search on. Let Agent Worley testify here.
that same search that day.
But that would be not Paul's car, not Alex's car. I don't quite understand. Your Honor, I object on the basis of relevance. I don't know why a bullet from nobody's car that's involved in this would be relevant.
Admitted over objection.
Thank you.
This is
Okay, what other exhibits do we have there?
Oh, she's got too many. Hopefully there's just one more bag. Looks like it's a
These
multiple.
are magazines containing ammunition. One of them contains 300 blackout ammunition collected from the shelf in the gun room. And then the other one is a magazine containing cartridges, 300 blackout cartridges collected from the black Ford F-150.
Okay, so this item's collected from the black F-150. That truck was searched that day too?
It was, yes.
And where was that truck at?
If I remember correctly, it was in front of the residence.
It was a truck that was on the property?
Yes, it was on the property.
Was it on the property the night of the murders?
It might have been the one that was parked off away from the workshop.
Do you know why that truck was searched that day?
It was on the property, and the search warrant included vehicles.
Okay. And those items were found inside that vehicle?
Yes, one of these was.
Okay. And what is the other one?
That's from the shelf in the gun room. The one from the gun room.
That's the one from the gun room.
This one.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 152. What did you say that was?
A magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition collected from the shelf in the gun room.
State would move States 152 into evidence.
Okay.
And then we had States 258. What was that?
Cartridge collected from the workshop bench, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK.
Did you collect any other items that day when the property was searched?
I don't believe so.
All right, let's go back a little bit in your testimony when we were referring to the 300 blackout that you collected from Agent McAllister. If you wouldn't mind looking back at your notes. I believe you testified that that was item 34, but that was actually item 33 is the Palmetto State Armory PSA PA-15 multi-rifle with a night scope.
Yes.
That is item 33, the gun.
I have that the night vision scope was 33.
Yeah, 420.
I believe if you'll look closely, you'll see where the gun with the night vision.
Okay, yeah, it's the gun with the scope on it, yes.
Is that correct?
That's right.
The gun with the night vision scope being item 33.
Right.
And then to clarify, item 34 would be the 130-round magazine containing the multiple S&B 300 blackout cartridges. Is that right?
Right. It was separated from the gun when I took custody of it, so I logged them in as separate items.
All right. But you did collect those from the catering house?
That's right.
All right. And then also, going back to the scene, you mentioned a projectile that was found near a tire impression?
Yes. We were setting up to take examination quality photographs of the tire impressions at marker 8. We located another fired projectile that was lying on the ground.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 250. If you'll take a look at that, could you tell us what that is?
And this is that projectile near the tire impression.
Your Honor, the State will move State's Exhibit 250 into evidence.
Okay. Without objection.
Your Honor, I believe that is finally all we have for, excuse me, Your Honor. Okay. Agent Whirling, I'll have you take a look at mark this in the State's Exhibit. You recall collecting the shotgun from Officer Green?
Yes.
Or Sergeant Green? When you collected that gun, did you swab it?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 259. If you could tell us what that exhibit is.
There was, I took two swabs of suspected blood from the side of the shotgun.
Early, bro.
And two swabs from the muzzle end of the barrel of the shotgun. That was as a precaution when I was unloading the weapon. The 16 gauge shot shell got lodged in the barrel, and before I placed one of my own dowel rods down the barrel to push it back out, I swabbed the muzzle of the barrel just in case.
You swabbed it just in case what?
I didn't want to contaminate any, if there was potential evidence in the barrel or in the muzzle end of the barrel before I placed my dowel rod in that end of the barrel.
And the other swab, did it appear there was visible blood on that gun?
Yes, suspected blood, yes.
Okay. And what did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
I packaged them in their envelopes, sealed them, and transported them to the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move State's Exhibit 259 into evidence.
Okay.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Hey, Bill. How's it going, man? How you doing? How you doing, huh? You naked yet? Meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow.
Agent Whirling, did you collect some additional items from Agent Croft? I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 260.
I just found somebody on Reddit that pays
I
people to
believe
let
these are
them
the ones I
hang,
took custody of from Katie McAllister.
let them hang in their septic tank for an hour.
And Will Marks takes exhibit 260 for identification
$150
purposes only. Is cartridge cases that Agent Worley took custody of from Katie McAllister.
You're so nice. Okay.
And then also these items,
Simon.
40 through 44, which would be State's Exhibit 212, 254, 255, 256, and 257.
We got
For
one more
identification
hour
purposes
until
only.
Memphis released that video.
And what are those?
These are the other items I took custody of from Katie McAllister.
So items collected by Katie McAllister.
Right.
Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 260,
What's strange you get though, bud?
212, 254, 255,
That's my thing.
256,
Like, I
and
care
257
about
for
what they taste
identification
like.
purposes only.
That's why I mess with 710 Labs. The flavor is.
I'm not quite sure what they are. If Ms. Google come here, we can perhaps have a brief
Usually pretty good. This one I bought over 2.5 years ago though. I bought it 3/2/21. Okay, so almost 2 years ago now. It's one of this package. I got it when it was new. That's what I've been smoking now. It's Lion's Made. It's very earthy. I liked it because of that. It's just kind of a natural, earthy kind of down to. Tastes like you're smoking grass, you know. It didn't sell very well though, so it was actually on clearance when I bought it, like half off. And it was this
They're made
brand
for
is
identification
known.
purposes.
The Real Lemonade. So, yeah, but like I don't know, they're connected to cookies or something. And cookies is really well known. Same type bags. And they were out at this around the same time at the same clinic that I go to. So that's why I think they have a connection. It's been sitting in my safe for years, so I only wanted to do it when I got some mushrooms. Well, I never got any. Nobody ever sent me any.
Marley, one more thing. State's Exhibit 261 for
I set it out the
identification
other
purposes
day.
only.
Before
Can
they
you
came
tell
and
us
looked
if
at the
these are
place,
items that you received into your
I
custody?
wanted to smoke it up a little bit.
Yes, they are.
Okay, and how do you know that?
It's my handwriting on this outer packaging.
Oh, Space Monkey, Green Goblin, Red.
So there are quite a lot of items in there that you received
Maybe
from
Space
is it
Monkey.
Agent
Maybe Space
Croft
Monkey.
or Agent McAllister?
I think so, though, man. Those all sound pretty new. And the way
These, I
they're
believe, were
doing
ones I
strains
took custody
nowadays.
of from Lieutenant Todd Shank.
Okay.
Let me open them.
It's got kind of a
Those are items that you
musky
took
a little bit.
custody of.
That's right. And I logged them in to the lab. I didn't collect them myself. I got them via chain of custody, and then I logged them into the lab.
And that's State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only.
Oh, creamy. I dig it. I'm about to
Any
grind up the rest
objection?
of it. It doesn't look good though, and I think that's one of the reasons why it didn't sell well. It just looks like
Mark identification.
it looks like some mids or something probably to most people. That wasn't a very crisp shot, was it? Gotta get a better shot of it. I'm gonna focus it first.
Thank you, Agent Farley. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Your Honor, we approach. I can say it right here. My cross-examination was within a certain line. And if we begin this afternoon, afraid Monday morning I'm going to have to go through everything I went through today, ensure that there's some continuity there. And no offense to the jury, but I'm not sure I'll remember what I did today on Monday. So I would ask you if we could go ahead and take our weekend break today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the weekend and resume at 9:30 Monday morning. Please do not discuss the case.
Really, they ended with that boring shit? Why are they? Oh, it's almost 5. They're going to try to end around 5 every day. I might have to switch gears to the other thing though, so I'm going to have to cut this one off once it ends. Okay, we gotta do that, because then I'll switch gears to the Memphis thing.
Recess. Let's get something from council. 9:30 Monday morning, yes.
First time ordering it, sweet dude. What experience. Congrats on that. That's pretty sweet that you get to do that now. I wish Memphis would start doing that. Really, I do. Man, it's taking too long. Well, y'all. Oh, recreations in New York now. Wow. Cool. Chandelier footage. You saw it here first. Boop, 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 boop. I try to find the best chandeliers on the internet for you people. For you people. Party people. Party people. Pop swagger. Our special, man. So what I need to do now is shut this one down, then I'm going to have to change the title, start and make a new.
Because he's bored.
I gotta make
this
a new.
is boring.
Oh, he's muffled. Oh yeah, this is where the Memphis thing happened, so I'm going to be talking about this in a minute. Okay, we got this. It happened earlier. I can bring up to people that haven't seen it yet too. This is Israel, by the way, in case you're wondering. Israel bombed Gaza again, and, well, Gaza's not happy about it, so now they're starting to do their thing out there, so we might have some early morning... Those early morning Reuters streams, possibly. That'd be interesting. Those are always wild, man. I don't want it to happen, but I appreciate there being cameras out there because, well, the Iron Dome and all that shit's crazy. So that's also happening. Kind of breaking news over the past 24 hours. Probably heard about it. Well, that one's there live. And then, yeah, Memphis is going to be announcing in roughly an hour that video. So y'all saw Lookner is going to be live for it, coming 2:30, so y'all can check him out. He hates me, but whatever. Good. Am I the only one? But I gotta work on my singing, dude. Horrible. My highs are harder. I'm getting old. I can't hit the highs like I used to. I used to be able to sound like an elk. You could have taken me elk hunting back in the day. These people can't get along. Have a good one. Hey, you too, Bob. Hey, I'll be back later, though, man. You can come back through, come hang out. You know what I'm saying? Might have a drink. It's Friday, dude. It's Friday. We're going to be safe. I'm going to be safe. If you're in Memphis, stay safe, actually. You know what I mean? Not a good night to go to Bill Street. Not a good night to go outside, actually, for that matter. Unless you're a live streamer. In that case, get the fuck out there. We got to see it. You know what I'm saying? If you're a live streamer, don't make haste. Put on your tactical gear and get the fuck out there and show us what happens tonight. You know what I mean? Somebody needs to. There probably won't be, though, because Memphis is kind of like that. We'll see, though. I don't know, man. They might be on Facebook tonight because of that. You remember last time during 2020, they were always on Facebook? Because that's the quickest thing for people to just be. So that's something to look out for later. Alright. Anyway, alright, Bob. Everybody finished up your court conversations? Okay, good shit. So thanks for joining me for the Murdaugh trial today. I know it was really boring. It was really bad today. So boring. So hopefully Monday it'll pick up a little bit. And yeah. Alright, Golden, Bob, everybody else, Mr. Wild Bill, congrats on your delivery. They gotta let us know how it works out, man. Come back through and blaze it up with us. Hopefully I should be back on. I'm gonna be back on probably in about 20. I was trying to get back on by 2 o'clock, I guess, to be on 30 minutes early for it to be like the waiting room for this shit. I guess. I don't know, man. Right? Okay. So I'm going to start preparing right as I get off of here. So as long as it takes, that's how long it takes for me to start do thing. I do 7 streams. Alright. And Bill, Patty, thank you for being here, everybody. Especially the Whammon. Oh, we lost Granny Jody today, I think. She's not banned, but she's being a little butthole. She's following me around still, though. So there's that. She'll chat in the streams that we're watching. That's how I know she's still here. Alright. Well, there's that. Beep. Beep beep. Beep beep beep.